How's it going, ladies and gentlemen? We doing okay? Oh man, oh man, oh man. I done goofed. All right, so I hope everybody can hear me right now. You should be able to. Should be able to. I don't know. Um, this is the Misfits Prime card stream. Okay. I apologize. We are a little bit late. I kind of decided I was going to do this at the last minute, and because of this, here I am. I had some stuff to do today. We are a few fights in. Currently, right now, we are watching Whindersson Nunes versus my mate Nate. Whindersson Nunes is a Brazilian comedian. I actually knew about him for a while because of my wife. My mate Nate, he sounds familiar. I feel like he's maybe fought before, but I'm not 100% sure. I haven't seen geez, I haven't seen Whindersson fight, but I heard he's halfway decent. All right, so I started literally as this fight was going to start. I'll say hello to everybody in between rounds. So, Whindersson employing a little bit of head movement. We got Nate starting out with the jabs. Whindersson using feints. That's pretty good. They both look pretty athletic. I'll give them that. They're measured. They're not really nervous from what it looks like. There's no like nervous ticks or anything like that, right? They're both taking their time. We're gonna see if that falls apart. That's kind of what happens after a while. Is as time goes on. Ooh, that looked like kind of like a shovel hook of sorts from Nate. He ended up bopping Nunes. Ooh, jab cross from Nate. Again, bopping Nunes. My wife's gonna be mad. I asked her to get me some stuff. And she's missing this fight right now. She's gonna be like, "You fucking asshole." All right, going up top and then down low from my mate Nate. That's interesting. I've seen them both fake up high with the jab and then go jab to the body. That's a good sign. I like seeing stuff like that. It shows that they are actually thinking. They're not just throwing. So, ooh, okay. I don't think either of those landed from Nate, but I could be wrong. Ooh, okay. So right now Nate's doing what he should be doing. He looks a little bit taller than Nunes. He's using his jab to keep him out, and he's actually counter striking in a pretty interesting way. He's really just using those straights. He doesn't have to be fancy or anything like that, right? We've seen a little bit out of him that he's trying to show a little bit more boxing chops, but at the end of the day, really all you need is a good jab cross for something like this. Especially since he's the taller fighter. Ooh, Noon's going for a hook to the body. That's interesting. He left his head wide open for it though. What I'd like to see is him use the head movement and then really rip that body shot, not just throw it like a tie hook where you kind of stay way out and then like throw a long hook. Ooh, that was Ooh, so that was a good right. That was a good right to the body from Nunes, but he ended up getting tagged on the way out. What Nunes has to do is he has to keep his hands up and he has to move his head more on the way out. He's got to move it with purpose, right? Like right now, that's some really good head movement from Nunes. He just dodged basically all of those. But what he's doing is he's moving his head and then he's deciding, okay, I'm done moving my head. I'm going to start punching. And that's when he's getting caught. Is when he moves his head, he misses, or meaning Nate misses. Uh, when he moves his head, Nate misses him, right? But then he goes in and he starts trying to throw punches without any head movement, and he gets tagged on the way out. What he needs to do is he needs to use head movement to get in and start throwing combinations and then use head movement to get out, right? But yeah, in between rounds, I think that was definitely my mate Nate's. What's going on, everybody? How we doing? All right, as I was saying, this is the prime card. All right, I was a little bit late. I apologize. I'll be honest with you, though. B. Dave, not that interested in, right? And it's not just because he's a ginger with a mullet, and I think that's really fucking dumb. It's because I know he's not that good of a boxer. No, I'm kidding. Really, I'm sure B. Dave is a nice guy. It's just that I've decided that I'm gonna pick on him and a few other YouTube boxers when it comes down to it. I'm just gonna talk shit. So I don't actually mean any like bad shit for them or anything like that. I don't wish any bad on them. I wonder who won that though. I will say the tag team match between B Dave and Pineda and the other two. Oh yeah, it was Alex Wasabi and I think Nick LMAO. I wonder who won that. Ooh, all right. So Winderson actually countered with an overhand right. He just threw another overhand right as well. But Nate ended up throwing a jab and he left his chin up, and Winderson ended up moving out of the way and he came with an overhand right. That's actually really good. It was a draw, really? Jeez, okay. Ooh, okay. So here we have Nate going high, then low, then back up high. That's not a bad idea. Ooh, nice head movement from Winderson. I'm really liking the head movement from Winderson. He's just got to keep his hands up more, and he's got to use it in more appropriate times. You don't have to sit there all the way on the outside and just move your head for no reason. If you're on the outside in the way that Winderson is, you can just step off. It's all good. Like he starts throwing, you just step off and you're fine, you know? He's got good head movement. He just needs to understand that there's a time and a place for head movement. What's going on, babe? Winderson's fighting right now. Yeah. Yeah, that's Winderson Nunes, baby. Yeah. Yeah. He's getting beat up by the American, baby. America. Actually, I don't even know if my mate Nate is American. Anyway. Ooh, you see, that's what I'm talking about, right? He has to use the head movement to slip something and then throw something off of it. Now, that hook to the body was a little bit low. It was kind of on the belt line, so it didn't do damage. But if he tweaks that a little bit and brings it up a little bit higher, and if he can use that head movement to move in as well, right, instead of being all the way on the outside, instead of slipping out here, slip into here, he's going to be in really good shape. He could drop Nate with that if he's able to make that adjustment right now. We got Nunes going for the Philly shell. I'm not a big fan of that because he isn't using his hands the way he needs to. The Philly shell, you need to be able to use your hands in a certain way, and Winderson's been keeping his hands down the whole fight, you know? Got bopped with that jab from Nate. Yeah. He's getting pieced up. I think I heard one of the commentators say that Winderson doesn't respect Nate's power. And I mean, even with that, he's still getting pieced up, which means he's losing on points. And as you get more tired, those things are going to start to hurt more, right? Even if they don't hurt, they make you tired, right? Getting bopped like that. It's not fun. So Winderson, I'd like to see him go for the head a little bit more because the thing is, Nate is leaving his head open, right? Nate, he's using his distance, right? He's using his straights to effect, but he's making small mistakes, small details that if Winderson, instead of focusing to the body, started slipping and then coming over the top, right? Timing the jab and things like that, then he'd be in really good shape. Right, he could even I don't know. I mean, I don't know if Winderson has cinder blocks or not like that, but he could even potentially KO Nate, right? So that is round 2. Oh yeah, I'm gonna stick one of these in just in case somebody super chats. I don't want to miss it. You know, I can only hear through this thing. You know, I don't want someone to super chat me and then I miss it and I'm like, oh damn. But anyway, Nate, what he's doing right now is good. He really doesn't have to change much. I'd just like to see him be a little bit more defensively minded in terms of, how he's throwing, right? Because he's just sort of throwing like that if you watch. And that's why in the beginning of the last round, he ended up getting caught with a beautiful overhand right from Winderson. Winderson needs to replicate that, right? In addition to that, like I said, he kind of needs to know when to use his head movement. Like, that wasn't bad. He got caught in the pocket. He used his head movement to make Nate miss. That's good. So here we see Winderson moving in. He should use his head movement to move in. I know I've said this, but it's just irksome seeing him. And you see he ended up getting caught with a left hook, meaning Winderson got caught with a left hook because his hands were down. I want to see him use that head movement because if he does, then he's going to be really scary, right? I think they really tried to work that body hook, right? You see Winderson keep going back to that, even when it's not there. I think he just really wants it to work. Ooh. So what Winderson needs to do as well is he needs to cut the ring off. He's got Nate against the ropes, which is good, but he's not quite pursuing in the way that he should. He's letting Nate just sort of circle out, right? And the thing is, he ends up getting put back on the rope, but not because he's really being put there, just because he happens to walk into the rope, right? What Winderson needs to do is when Nate starts moving back and to the side, he needs to start moving at an angle that's going to cut him off. Then he starts moving that way, then he moves that way. Kind of difficult to really see, right? But kind of difficult to understand what I'm trying to do when I'm using my fingers. But if we see it tonight, I'll point it out and I'll say that's what he should have done. A couple of jabs from Winderson, kind of being cheeky. And you can see that Winderson, he's not really hurt, but he doesn't like it when he's getting touched, right? You can kind of see it in his face. You see the slight wincing, right? And that's kind of what I'm talking about. It's round 3 right now. He's getting tired, right? Nate seems to have. I'm not saying either of them have a bad gas tank necessarily. I just think that Nate probably has a slightly better gas tank. And because of that, he's being more active. Meanwhile, Winderson is trying to land these shots that he thinks is going to really hurt Nate. And because of that, he's just sort of walking in, getting touched, and he's not liking it, you know? That's where the head movement will come in. You use that head movement to get underneath or off to the side of a jab. It comes in here, you move out, then you move in and you start firing off. Like I said, I want him to go to the body, to the head, because I'm noticing Nate's hands are even lower, right? They're especially low when he ends up going on the inside. At least that's what I noticed a second ago. Whether that was the whole fight or you see right there, he ended up getting on the inside, right? And Nate's hands ended up dropping down. I don't know if that is the body work from the whole day where Nate's like, I don't want to keep getting hit in the body. I'm just going to drop my hands. Or if it's just a tired response. I don't know what that is. But regardless, Winderson needs to step in. And when he sees those hands go down, he needs to tee off. And he will hit. Ooh, that was a nice uppercut. I didn't even notice that. That was a very well-timed and well-placed uppercut from Nate. That was... Damn, that's nice. That's the type of stuff pros can sometimes have a hard time hitting, you know? And that's kind of the interesting thing about Misfits and other influencer boxing is that, like, you have these, like, brawls and stuff like that. But for one thing, sometimes these guys have moments of genius, right? Sometimes there's that one thing that they picked up when they were training that their coach taught them, and they're like, I like this. This is my move. And you see that come out in the fight. Excuse me. Um, but in addition to that, you also end up having situations where people get better over time. You know, and that's what it seems to be here. Like I said, I think my mate Nate has fought before. I know Winderson has fought like what's it been, like 2-3 times maybe. This might be his third or fourth. Like these guys are getting better, and it's really cool to see. You know. All right, so Winderson trying to play a little bit, but the thing is, he should have been playing in the first round if he was going to do that, you know. He used up way too much of his time, and again, he's using that head movement on the outside. He's not making it mean something. He's just kind of sitting there. See, what Winderson should have did, this is the 4th round, right? He's desperate. He's lost every round thus far. What he should have did was step off, right? Ooh, and you see, that's what I've wanted to see from him this whole time, is use the head movement to walk in, right? Nate doesn't like when he's moving forward, right? He's okay with the head movement so long as he's not actually moving forward with it. Now, oh yeah, what I was saying earlier, though, is that when he ends up in close like that, especially if they clinch up, he should step off. He should disengage and come with an uppercut, maybe a hook after if he has the space. He shouldn't be sitting there on the inside letting Nate rest and, like, you know, waiting for the referee to break them. That's a bad idea, you know. Jab cross from Nunes, followed by a jab cross hook from Nate. Big right hand from Nunes, followed by a couple of uppercuts from Nate as well. Wow, that looked like a nice. Oh man, another overhand right coming from Nunes. I don't know if the second one landed. I'm pretty sure the first one did though. Double jab, cross hook from Nate. See, one of the commentators said that Nate's been doing a good job at throwing the combinations, and that's exactly what he wanted to do. Like his game plan was exactly what he needed it to be. He needed to keep active. He needed to keep I almost said Anderson, Winderson, right? He needed to keep him out, right? And that's what he's been doing this entire time. And now that it's the fourth round, they're both a little bit tired. He's taking advantage of that tiredness by clinching with Nunes, who is just letting him clinch and not doing anything about it, you know? I mean, hey, like, there's 30 seconds left, stranger things have happened. I'm not saying that Nate is 100% going to be the winner. Ooh, that looked like a decent hook from Nunes. I liked how that one looked. But anyway, I don't look. Anything can happen, right? But at the end of the day, I think we all know who's winning right now. And it's going to be my mate Nate. And there we go. Sorry, somebody just texted me. So I mean, it was a good fight. They both showed, and as I said, I think Nate's gas tank is just a little bit better than Winderson's. That's really one of the major factors. And it's not even so much that Nate was in better shape, though. I mean, that could potentially have been it. I think what it really was is that Winderson was just using so much energy on that head movement, and he wasn't protecting his head in a way that was going to help him not get hit, right? And I think he's just more spent, right? Nate was more active, but he wasn't getting caught as much, and he was just fighting smarter, right? That's really what it was at the end of the day. Just sitting here waiting on the thing with the stuff right now. Um, you know, the decision. The decision is what we're waiting on. Oh yeah, and I just remembered too. I gotta share this to everywhere. I gotta share this stream to everywhere. I got it started so quick that I was just like, oh man, I don't have time for anything, bro. Oh dude, I ain't got no time, bro. All right, let's go ahead. Um, add to the story. Um, all right, all right. Sorry, one sec. All right, and then hold on one sec. I gotta share it to a couple of places. So I apologize for sitting here making you guys watch me text. I'm gonna get to some of the chat and stuff like that in a second. Danis has hidden his boxing style from cameras. I'm interested in seeing how he performs. Oh yeah, me too. I'm curious about that. Um, I mean, look, like smart money would be on Logan, but stranger things have happened, and I'm curious to see what Dillon has hiding up his sleeve. It's like you said, he hid his boxing. He was definitely trying to make sure nobody saw it. All right, and here we have the thing with the stuff. You know what I'm talking about? The decision.
Did you see his tattoo?
Was that?
Did you see his tattoo?
No. What's it say?
It's my state.
Oh, he's.
It's from Piauí.
Oh, I thought you meant Brazilian. Oh, from Piauí. Oh. Uh, um. All right. So my mate Nate. I don't think any of us are surprised with that. All right. It was a really good fight though. I wasn't bored watching it. Right. I can't. I got to be honest with you. I'm not that interested in Winderson Nunes' boxing career, and I don't know who my mate Nate is. I have no clue about the guy. Right. So it's just like, all right, whatever, you know. But this was a really good fight. I enjoyed it. You know, there was enough technique there as to where like these are dudes you would see at your Golden Gloves tournament, right? They'd take part in like the novice division most likely. There's um the Golden Gloves tournament, to my understanding, you know, over 10 years ago, right, when I first started boxing and I was thinking of entering it, I didn't actually do a Golden Gloves. Um, I guess they're I guess they have this thing, right, where there's like a novice division where if you have had less than 2 fights, you enter that, and you are paired up with people who have had less than 2 fights, right? That's one way that they'll do it. And then the fight that man, I'm trying to remember this. I'm probably incorrect about some aspect of it, but like you might see dudes like this at your Golden Gloves tournament, right? Would they be the winners? Probably not, right? Probably not, but um they aren't bad, right? They weren't bad. There's holes they got to patch, but they're learning as they go. You know, usually people they train for like 6 months to a year and then they have their first fight. But a lot of these guys, they're like figuring out, oh yeah, there's this Misfits boxing thing in 2 months. They want me on it. All right, I guess I'll do it. And then they go to a gym and their trainer is like, wait, you have a fight in how long and you've never boxed, right? That's usually how it goes. Um, and you know, it's just interesting to see the dynamic, right? I've said it before, and I want to make sure I post this, right? Magnus says both have had 4 fights. That's interesting. That's good, you know. But yeah, it's like I said, like those are guys you might see at a local show and things like that, right? There is a lot more legitimacy to this than people want to admit to or believe, you know. Um, Theo Hancock says, how many rounds are these fights? The last one was 4 rounds. I'm not sure about all the other ones. We're gonna go ahead and see. Um, all right. Dude, I like how I like how I've said this before. I like how Twitter Blue made a I'm like really tired today, so sorry if I'm tripping over my words more than I usually do. You know, I apologize for that. But um I like how Twitter Blue made a bug a feature and they made people pay for it and shit like that. It's pretty crazy. Like if I sit here, right, and I press send on my Twitter, right? Or on any social media app or whatever, right? If I see anything like that, oh, up next is going to be King Kenny versus Anthony Taylor. This is one that I'm interested in. I'm curious to see how this one goes. But if I have to press send twice on Instagram, I'm assuming something's wrong and Instagram is being annoying and I'm pissed off at Instagram now, right? I'm paying for that bug on Twitter Blue, you know? In addition to that, we're told that people who are not paying for Twitter Blue are going to get deboosted, basically. You're not going to be as discoverable and things like that. I've been paying for Twitter Blue. Nobody finds me unless I make like a really good post, really cool post and things like that. It's just like really dumb, you know? But it's one of those things where it's like whatever. It's $11 per month. I don't care, you know. I can go without $11 per month. I think I'm fine. You know, who knows? Something happens. I need the $11 a month. All right. Sorry, Daddy Elon. Your shit's getting taken from you. But you know, it is what it is. Anyway, so King Kenny versus Anthony Taylor. I saw King Kenny on the first one when we were watching Sam. King Kenny versus FaZe Sensei, who FaZe Sensei is also from Massachusetts. He's a Haverhill guy. We fought on the same card at least once, and I've also seen him fight before too. Before I even knew who he was, right? It's one of those things where like you go to a local show and there's a bunch of dudes fighting, and you don't know who those guys are. You don't remember them or anything like that. You're just kind of like, oh yeah, there was this fight. All right, cool. And then like 10 years later, you're following someone on Instagram and they share a post, and turns out that they were at that card as well. They were fighting on that card, and you might even remember the fight a little bit. You know, it's kind of funny how that happens. You know, but yeah, I saw King Kenny versus FaZe Sensei. I still to this day think FaZe Sensei won that fight. I think that was a robbery for King Kenny. But it is what it is. King Kenny is he's actually a pretty talented boxer. He's very jab heavy. He's very very point style, right? He's the exact type of dude you would see at an amateur tournament, at an amateur event, even the Olympics, right? He's the type of dude you would see at the Olympics. Amateur boxing is different to pro boxing in that way, where because amateur boxing is so point heavy, right? It's more about scoring points than it is winning the fight overall, right? Which, there's more to fighting than just how many times I've punched you, right? If we're being honest here. But like he's the exact type of dude that you would see there, because he's really slick. He puts together combinations. He's really good with his jab. He's almost like a fencer, right? The way he uses his jab is almost the way a fencer would sit there with their epee or whatever they call it. It's really cool. They're foil, right? That's what they call them. They don't just call them swords for some reason. They call them foils. Anyway. Theo Hancock says, did Nate win that one? Wasn't paying attention for the decision. Yeah, he ended up winning that one. I'm just trying to catch up on the chat. I missed some stuff. Have we missed any undercard fights? Yes, sir, we have. We missed every single one of them because, to be honest with you, I'm not that interested in the undercard fights. Even if I didn't have something to do at 2 p.m., I probably wouldn't have ended up watching the undercard fights before, just because it's like, look, there's so many fights that are going to be on today. Astrid Wet, I'm sure she's a nice girl. Not that interested in seeing her fight. Just being honest, I think there was one that I was semi-interested in. And I'm not even sure now that I think of it. Now that I think of it, I'm not even 100% sure, and I'm not even gonna bother looking, honestly. But yeah, there we go. It's for the it's for the championship. Yo, what's going on, John? How you doing, man? I haven't watched it yet. I'm going to, but I see you did the podcast or the John cast, excuse me, with Rusty Cage. That's gonna be. I know that's a good one. I definitely want to make sure I watch that one. It's really cool. All right, so we got Cowboy Anthony, Brokeback Anthony over here. There we go. This is all right, bud. Just walk to the. Just go. Just walk to the thing, bro. Walk to the thing, bro. Walk to the ring. Get out of here, dude. Anyway, sorry. Again, I'm just what's it called? Again, I'm trying to catch up on the chat. I think some amateur tournaments are starting to use the 10-point must system. They did it at the Tokyo Olympics. That's interesting. I'd actually like to see them embrace something closer to a pro boxing style. Although I will say that the amateur boxing method does serve a bit of a purpose. If you see amateur boxers, right, they'll have hundreds of fights. Like if you have somebody who's real deep, right? Someone who like they started when they were 6, 7, 8 years old and they've been going all the way and now they're 18 and they're about to go pro or they're about to try to make it to the Olympics, right? Those guys will have hundreds of fights in their career, right? And it's kind of hard to have hundreds of fights in your career if you're absolutely throwing ham hocks constantly, right? Excuse me. Kind of a difficult thing. Right? Not really going to work out to your favor. But at the end of the day, like, it serves a purpose, but on the flip side, it's not that realistic in terms of a real fight. And you have so many guys that they make it to great heights as amateurs that you almost got to kind of wonder, like, do they deserve that? Is this a fight or is this a game? Because they're treating it like it's a game. You know, that's kind of how Cuba is, right? Cuba. How many Cuban pro boxers do you know of? Not very many. And it's because a shit ton of Cubans, they get really fucking good as amateurs. They go to the Olympics and then they retire after the Olympics. They don't bother going pro. If you go pro, if you go to the Olympics, right, as an American, the next step is pro. Like, people approach you, they're like, hey, so, like, when do you think you're going to make your pro debut? It's not, are you going to make your pro debut? It's, when is it going to happen? Because that's kind of the star-studded path, right? Ali did it. Foreman did it. Who else? There's tons of dudes, right? And I'm having a hard time thinking of all of them, but I'm trying to think of one. I believe, did Ruddock? Ah, man, I forget who it was. He beat Tommy Morrison. Tommy Morrison and him were fighting to go to the Olympics, and Tommy Morrison lost. I remember that. Tommy Morrison used to be my favorite. He still is one of my favorites. Basically he is my favorite. But I've really grown to love Marvin Hagler over the last few years. As I've looked into him and as I've studied not just him but also his outlook and his. It's always dumb when people talk about philosophy, but his philosophy, right, and the way that he kind of did things, right. I've really grown to love Marvin Hagler, not just because I'm also from Massachusetts either, because if I just loved him for being from Massachusetts, then, like, Rocky Marciano would probably be my favorite, which he is one of them, but I do think I like Hagler a little bit better than him. I think I even like Tommy Morrison a little bit better than Marciano. With that said, though, yeah, there's so many guys that make it to the Olympics that, like, or they make it to great heights in the amateur boxing scene that they don't even bother to go pro, and it's because they know, like, I just don't have the style for it. I just wouldn't go very far in the pro circuit. It just wouldn't work out for me, right? And the Cubans are like that, and I'm not saying there's no, like, top tier pro Cuban boxers. There's been plenty of them, right? I'm just saying I couldn't really name any of them, right? If you can, let me know and I'll look into them. I love finding out about new guys that I can look at, right? But the culture over in Cuba when it comes to boxing, which Cuba is a boxing country, right? Cuba's a boxing country in the way Russia is a wrestling country, right? And a boxing country. Eastern European boxers are known to be very good too. I'm getting too deep into this, right? When it comes down to it, though, like, there's amateur style and then there's pro style, and if you strictly practice to be good at amateur boxing, if you do try to go pro, it's not going to work out very well for you. This is King Kenny versus what's his face, the guy. Anthony Taylor. All right. So my stream is being weird right now. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna switch it to something else here. I have DAZN pulled up on my phone too, because sometimes it's a little bit weird on my computer. So what we have right now is King Kenny in the gold and Anthony Taylor in the pink. There was just a break in the action. There was a clinch. So we have Kenny throwing a jab. So Anthony Taylor moves in. He moves in, right? He drops a level and he moves in to try and get inside so that Kenny's weapons aren't going to be as sharp. That's a good idea, and that's kind of what I was talking about with Whindersson in the last fight. Is Whindersson needs to get in close and start going to work. So Anthony ends up coming out. He ends up trying to move in with an overhand right that doesn't quite end up landing. Slight gazelle punch from Anthony Taylor, and there is a clinch. That's a smart move from Kenny. He knows that he's not going to be good. Oh, uh-oh. but Kenny let it go. Kenny thought there was going to be a clean break, but there wasn't, and Anthony Taylor made him pay for it. And that's again, like referring to the last fight, that's what Whindersson should have been doing later in the fight. He should have been doing that the whole fight, right? But especially later in the fight when he was desperate for a knockout. So Anthony Taylor's making this fight nice and dirty. Kenny really shouldn't be bothering to try and fight on the inside like that. He doesn't have the type of power that's needed, and in addition to that, he's a little bit too long for it. What he should be going for is just clinching. He should be trying to tie him up and force a reset by the referee so that he can get back into the range that he's going to be most comfortable and most effective in. Referee warning King Kenny about that was smart. Anthony ends up inside and Kenny ends up framing off of him and getting the range, but Anthony ended up right back in. I was gonna say the referee warned Kenny for hugging, but I mean, what else is he supposed to do? Just stand there and kind of take the shots? Like, no. You know, some of these referees in these fights, they seem like they're B team referees, if I'm just being honest with you. They seem like they're B or C tier, like second or third rate, which is kind of crazy. Like, you know, you would think a promotion like this would be able to pay for good referees, right? I mean, I'm sure the referees are supplied by a certain what's it called? Organization, right? I believe it's like the PBA or something like that, you know. But you know, it whatever, you know. You would think they'd be able to get like somebody good, you know, Herb Dean, something like that. Dude, they could get John McCarthy if it came down to it, right? Oh, geez, excuse me. Anyway, so end of round one. Right now, I would say probably Anthony is winning. He's closing the distance effectively. He's making it. He's making it work for himself. Ooh, that was nice. He ends up closing distance with the hook, and then he comes over with a right hook, just like that. And he ends up. He's just getting in King Kenny's face right now. That was a smart move from Kenny. He ended up clinching and he walked off of the ropes. It would have been really easy for him to just clinch, force the break, but stay on the ropes. But that was a smart decision from a smart tactical decision from Kenny. There's a jab from Kenny, another jab, but Anthony is just getting right back up in his face with that left hook. What I think Kenny needs to do is he needs to adjust his range a little bit, and he needs to start trying to bait Anthony into coming in, right? He needs to adjust his range, maybe throw a couple of those jabs out, and wait for Anthony to try and jump in so that he can step back, he can fade back, and then land something of his own. And if Kenny's going to knock anybody out, I think that's the way that he's going to do it, you know? So, break from the referee. And it's just right back in it. Those punches aren't really doing anything. I'm not even sure, talking about from Anthony Taylor, those little punches to the body, they're not really going to do much of anything necessarily. They might end up adding up as time goes on, because really he's targeting the kidneys. It doesn't feel good to get hit in the kidneys, even soft. But I'm not. Ooh, you see, like right there, that he just straight up punched him in the back. That is an illegal shot right there. What he was doing to the side is, you know, it's legal, right? But when he's punching to the back, those are rabbit punches to the kidney. That's technically not allowed, but the referee is at an angle where he can't see it, so he's not calling it. Plus, I don't even know if he would call it. We're gonna wait and see on that, you know. Anyway, I was trying to say I don't think the judges are gonna score those, but even if they're not scoring the punches, that's still ring generalship. He's still imposing himself more than Kenny is. You can see Kenny is kind of the sheep, and Anthony is the lion here. Yeah, there's no warning. There's no warning to Anthony. I mean, I'm not listening in right now. In fact, you know what? Maybe I should listen in. So it doesn't seem as though there's any warning coming. You see, and this is the type of stuff that I'm talking about, right? Anthony Taylor is throwing illegal blows, and I'm not saying the fight needs to be stopped, but the referee is warning Kenny about holding him to stop the illegal blows. He's not warning Anthony about throwing the illegal blows in the first place. Do you see what I'm talking about? That's what I'm talking about. These referees for these Misfits cards are trash, bro. They are always like awful every time. Like I don't know what the fuck they're doing, you know? I don't think they know what the fuck they're doing. I think they're dog shit. I think they're those guys like I used to be an umpire for my little league in my hometown, right? I did it a few years. It was like it was actually pretty cool. But one of the things that happened to everybody, including myself, is that like you throw on the umpire stuff, you know, you got the mask on there and stuff like that, and you end up like you get this weird god complex, right? And you start making these weird calls and shit like that, and you pick people that you're just mad at that day, right? And you're like, I'm gonna that guy he's gonna test me. No, I'm gonna test him, right? And you start like you pick these battles that are not worth fighting, and you fight them for no reason. You don't have to fight a battle. You're the fucking umpire, right? And it makes you into a bad umpire. It makes you suck, you know. And I think that's what's happening with this ref right here. I think that's what happens with a lot of these referees. All right, so here we have Anthony Taylor again turning it into a dogfight, and this really, this comes from Anthony's MMA experience. From what I understand, he's actually fought for Bellator multiple times. But the thing is, he was mainly a jiu-jitsu practitioner. So what he's doing is he's taking his grappling experience and he's applying it to boxing in whatever big or small way that he can. And this is a small way that he's turning into a big way. Seems as though somebody may have gotten hit in the back of the head, I would assume, or maybe there was an accidental headbutt of sorts. I'm not exactly sure what's going on here. Gonna turn it up a little bit. Yeah, it seems as though it was an accidental punch to the back of the head, which again Kenny's getting warned for, but he's not warning Anthony about the rabbit punches to the kidneys. You know, kind of what I'm talking about. I don't want either of these guys to win more than the other. You know, I just don't like seeing bullshit. You know, it makes me angry. Damn it. So really, one of the other things that I want to see a little bit more from Kenny is I want to see him angling out. He's really just back and forth, right? And he's really good at being able to fade back and also close distance. But he needs to move laterally, right? If he moves laterally, he's going to end up outrunning Anthony, and he can use that to set up counterattacks. If he ends up seeing Anthony come in and he just steps off, right, and changes the angle, all of a sudden he's got a bunch of different punches he can throw, right? But he's just not doing that. He's relying too much on being in and out and not enough on being side to side. See, and when he isn't able to move back, he just sort of gets caught, you know, and that's kind of been the story of the fight, is that he either A, moves back but not enough, or B, he gets caught off balance and all of a sudden now he's just sort of stuck, you know. But how many? Yes, this is 3 of 5, so there's 5 rounds to this fight. I don't think there's necessarily going to be a knockout. You know, again, strange things have happened, but it seems like neither of them really have that right now. You know, it just kind of is what it is. So King Kenny using head movement out of desperation. I don't think that I don't think head movement in that way is really in his repertoire. I haven't seen it anyway in the 1 or 2 times that I've seen him fight. So it's kind of interesting to see. You know, I think it's coming out of desperation. Where can I find these fights? They're on DAZN. There's, you know, I'm using DAZN. I paid for it. It was like $80 or something like that. You know, look, buy the DAZN pay-per-view. Don't go to like Sports Surge or like Crack Streams or anything like that, right? Don't go to like Buff Streams. You know, it's not good. All right, you shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be using bad sites and things like that. You should not be doing that. Pay for what you're watching. All right, I am very supportive, right, of like DAZN and the UFC and stuff like that. You know, I believe that you should always be trying to pay for what you're using. You know, John versus Ben. W. Bush boxing match when? Nah, I think they're both lovers more than they are fighters. And I'm not saying when people say, "Oh, I'm a lover, not a fighter," they usually mean like, "Oh, I can't fight," right? That's usually what they mean, right? When I say that about them, though, I don't mean that, right? I'm sure Ben and John would fight you if it came down to it, right? But they probably aren't sitting there like, "Oh yeah, let's do a boxing match. Yeah, I'm gonna box John. We don't have any issues with each other. We're just gonna do it for fun." Haha. I don't see that being a thing that happens. You know, I don't think it needs to be a thing that happens. Um, exactly. You wouldn't steal a car, would you? Would you, Musta? You wouldn't steal a car, which is why you shouldn't go to any of those sites that I mentioned. I'm telling you about them because I want you to know that if anybody sends you a link to those sites, that it's not a good site to go to. So right now it's just looking like, I think Kenny caught Anthony on the way out there, but you know, it just sort of is what it is. He's got the front headlock position. Anthony's slapping in the front headlock position. So ooh man, that almost looked like a headbutt. I'm liking the counters from Kenny right now. It seems like he's starting to open up a little bit more finally in round 5. That's pretty funny. But yeah, like I'm liking that I'm seeing more counterattacking from Kenny. You know, it's just I don't know if it's going to be enough. I mean, it definitely won't be enough on the scorecards. He's lost 3 out of 5 rounds right now, and you know, I mean, shoot, there's still 2 minutes left in the current round right now, round 4. But you know, uh, even if he wins the next 2 rounds, doesn't mean much. That was a nice jab cross right up the middle from Anthony. It looks like it partially landed. Really? Did they really take a point away, or was that just a hard warning? Regardless, like they're basically just like Kenny is already losing, right? And part of the reason he's losing is because he's not effectively dealing with the I was saying he's not effectively dealing with basically the bum rush from Anthony Taylor. That's basically what's going on. He's using that forward pressure, and he's darting in. You know, it's bad enough that he's already losing that way, but now the referee is sitting here taking more tools away from Kenny. Again, Kenny, what he should be doing is he should be forcing a break whenever that happens. He should be tying up the arms, not letting go until the ref pries him off with a crowbar. Right? There's nothing illegal about that. There's nothing wrong with that. You know? I don't care. I don't care what the rules say, right? Nobody ever calls anything like that, you know? How about Ben Shapiro versus Rusty Cage, dude? I would pay so much money to see Ben Shapiro fight a Palestine supporter. Dude, Ben Shapiro versus Hassan Piker, bro. I'd help Ben if he was gonna fight Hassan Piker. Are you kidding me, dude? That'd be crazy. Dude. And the thing is, Hassan would take a fight against Ben. I don't know if it'd work out because Hassan's tall and Ben, I believe, is short, right? But like, imagine, you know that Hassan would take that fight, right? Because Hassan is the type of dude who will only fight you if he knows he absolutely positively has every advantage, right? But I would train Ben up so good, dude. I would, if it came down to it, Ben Shapiro's mad rich, right? If Ben Shapiro came out here for a 2-month camp, I would take time off work and just dedicate everything to training Ben Shapiro if it meant that he was going to fight Hassan. That would be crazy. And we would get Shapiro to super bulk, dude. It'd be insane. Nobody would ever make fun of him again because people would be too scared, right? Anyway, all right. So again, it's round 5, and it's just really more of the same. Anthony's strategy is working. Is he hurt? Oh man, I don't know if he was hurt or if he just slipped and Kenny was about to pounce on him, so he had to act quick and ended up running. I'm not exactly sure which one that was, but that was pretty interesting to see from Kenny. But the unfortunate thing is, even with a knockdown, right? The only thing that's going to win this fight for Kenny is a KO. And if they give this fight to Kenny, it just shows that these judges in England are like ridiculously biased. Potentially even corrupt. Have Ben Shapiro look like Bradley Martin, Benley Martin. That's what we're gonna have him looking like Bradley Martin if that ever does come to fruition. Dude, I'm not even kidding either. Like that would be the craziest thing I think I have ever taken part in if Ben Shapiro fought Hassan Piker and was like, Scott, I need your help. Scott, I need your help. I have a fight with Hassan Piker, right? That's the best Ben Shapiro I can do, Fucking that'd be so crazy that I'm not even kidding when I say I would take time off work to make it happen. Every morning I'd be wherever he is at, and I'd just be working with him. It'd be crazy. Anyway, so we got about a minute left, actually a minute exactly. So, just more clinch, more rabbit punches from Anthony Taylor, and the referee breaks him. I think Anthony's tired. He wasn't taking as many opportunities as he normally would. But I mean, hey, he's been the more active one this entire fight. He hasn't let Kenny get started, right? And that's kind of the effect that this has had. Not only has he always been right up in Kenny's face in a range that doesn't really benefit him, but also Kenny kind of needs to feel out. Kenny he needs to get the distance, the range. He needs to get the timing and things like that. And he hasn't been able to do that. Oh, they really deducted the point for holding. I thought that was just a warning. I thought it was just a stern warning. That's absolutely yeah, and DAZN is finally working on my TV again, so that's good. Ooh, that was some nice little dirty boxing. He ends up pulling the arm back. He creates space and he comes around the top, and then he ends up right back in. Oh man, the one on my phone is a little bit behind the one that I'm watching on my TV. So we've already seen a little bit of this. I'm just gonna go ahead and I'm gonna keep on going. Ooh, that was an interesting uppercut from Kenny. It's just at this point in the fight, it's just good to see any kind of life from Kenny. I don't want to see a guy just stand there and get railed on. That's not. I don't want to see a guy get railed. All right. I don't want to see a guy get fucked, get railed, get fucked. I don't want to see a guy get bent over like Kenny is, right? So like whenever I see Kenny do anything, like my heart jumps a little bit. I'm like, oh, is this it? Is this it? Oh, is this the one? All right, that's the end of the fight. I think I think this is a foregone conclusion, just like the last one. But we'll go ahead and we'll see about that. One moment. Ben gonna defend the 400,000 babies. I don't want to talk politics, right? I don't want to talk politics. I'm not going to talk specifically about what is going on. All right. Just as a rule, I try to avoid politics. But I will say, when it comes down to it, I don't blame anyone for looking out for themselves, right? What Ben has to say is in his own self-interest. Therefore, I don't necessarily hate him for it. Just like some other supporter of some other thing what they're saying is in their best interest, and I don't hate them for it, right? Now, with that said, I choose to just stay out of it because I don't know anything, and I don't want to say anything. That was an interesting that cross from that right hook from Kenny was like he straight up got him in the back of the head. That was funny. Yeah, but I'm staying out of that, right? Any memes or anything like that, I don't even really like to respond to the memes because this is such a crazy thing that's going on right now that I said on Twitter, like, I would love to see Ben fight a Palestine supporter. That would be crazy. I would pay good money for it. It'd be amazing to see, right? I had people coming out calling me a Nazi. I didn't say I was pro or anti anyone or anything. I didn't say anything political at all. People know who Ben Shapiro is outside of the political sphere. He was a meme, a crazy meme from years ago, right? Like, that would be hilarious to see him fight one of those guys, right? Might even be cathartic for some people, including Ben and the Palestine supporter that he fights, right? They may end the fight like, all right, maybe not so bad. Maybe we can all just chill out, Like, who knows, right? But people, because I was like talking about something relating to Ben Shapiro and Palestine, people were like, "Oh, you support this?" It's like, nah, dude. Can I not say the name Ben Shapiro? Is that a bad word? Am I not allowed? And that's why I'm staying out of it, because no matter what you say, no matter how you say it, no matter what it's about, everybody's down your throat. But let's go ahead and see. All right. Yeah. Deserved. Congratulations, Mr. Taylor. All right. I'm gonna go grab something real quick. I'll be right back. Maybe is that the snacks?
Yeah.
Oh man. I don't see people calling it X series. I just see people calling it Misfits boxing. That's a confusing and slightly annoying thing about this whole ordeal. Is it's Misfits boxing. That's the name of the promotion, but their deal with their branding on DAZN is called X series. And the reason why is because if DAZN doesn't renew if DAZN doesn't renew the contract, that doesn't mean Misfits is over. It's actually a good thing overall, right? But with that said, it kind of makes it annoying because I'm sitting here and I'm trying to figure things out, and I'm like, all right, let's look at the Misfits page. Maybe they'll have some info. No, they don't. Let's see the X series page. Maybe they'll have some info, etc., etc. I was just like, oh, this is fucking annoying, It is annoying. It is very annoying. Man. The inside of my mouth is fucked up, dude. The inside of my mouth is fucked up. I stabbed it really deep with a really thick potato chip a few days ago. And it hurts. Anyway. Sorry about that. I just wanted a cookie real quick. Some people can't wait to throw insults. Yes, that is very true. And in those cases, it's not even about the thing that they're insulting you over. They're just genuinely, like, sad people that are looking for a reason, that are looking for a justification. And they try to pretend as though they found it, Tom H., I'm eating some cookies. I'm eating some chocolate chip cookies. Did you know the chocolate chip cookie was invented in Massachusetts? It was a little bit before World War II, if I remember correctly. So the chocolate chip cookie isn't even 100 years old, which is kind of crazy to think about. Steve H, yeah, you saw that interaction. It was crazy. They even dug up they even dug up an old fight of mine, right? An old fight of mine that I lost. I lost the fight, but before I lost the fight, I beat the shit out of the kid, landed a head kick, and he was running away from me. And after that, there was a freak accident where our knees collided. My knee ended up blowing up like a balloon pretty much immediately. And the referee saw that and was like, all right, I'm going to let you go a little bit further if you want, but if you get knocked down again, we're calling it, I could have quit right there and been like, oh, my knee. I got up and I was like, nah, I ain't going out like that. Fuck that, Fuck him. The referee asked me if I was all right, and I could see in his eyes, like, he was like, I'm going to call this. Like, that's what his eyes were saying to me. And I had to be like, yo, just give me a little bit more time. Give me a little bit longer. Let me go a little bit longer, And I think because I was beating the shit out of the other guy up until that point, he was like, all right, okay, I'll let you go. But, and they ended up taking the clip of that moment when the other guy ended up knocking me over again, which it's less that he hit me, right? He didn't land a single clean punch on me that entire fight. Like, legit, if you watch, you'll notice he didn't land a single punch on me, right? It's more that I was here, right, putting my forehead into his chest. At least that's what I was attempting to do. And he ended up throwing a right hook and bumping into me basically at the same time. That ended up hitting here, right? And I fell over because my knee is fucked up, right? So it's just funny that, like, that's the one they pick. I've been knocked out in one punch, but there's no footage of that. I'm sure they would have picked that if that footage was out there, right? I'm not ashamed of it, though. It kind of is what it is, right? A fight's a fight, whatever, Everybody loses, but it's just funny that they picked that one, right? Because it's like, all right, so I got hurt accidentally. That means I suck. All right, man. Okay, And I actually have a Patreon exclusive that I'm going to be doing on that fight. I've already got it recorded. I just have to edit. It down, right? And when that gets done, it'll probably be done in 2 months. Because the thing is, I want to do the Charlie Zelenoff video in November. I was going to do it this month. I pushed it back because I have some cool stuff for this month on my Patreon, Shill Time. Then maybe in like December, right? The Christmas present. My Christmas present to you guys will be me reviewing or me reacting and giving commentary to my most recent kickboxing match, right? There's a lot behind the scenes about that fight that you guys are going to learn about if you sub to my Patreon. $5 a month, right? If you sub to my Patreon and you see it, right? There's a lot of things behind the scenes about that fight that are pretty crazy, Like, looking back at it, I don't know why I decided I was going to fight in the first place, but it is what it is. I did a good job. It just didn't go my way. Whatever, But again, like, these people are sitting there and they're like showing that as though I'm going to be like, oh no, right? The guy ended up tagging Natan Levy as though I'm afraid of him, as though I wouldn't snap him in half. Holy shit, dude. It's fucking insane. And of course, Natan didn't have shit to say, He didn't have shit to say when it was a fucking 6 foot tall, well over 200 pound, fucking actually like MMA trained guy. Didn't have shit to say then, right? I know he saw the shit. He was tagged multiple times. He's not that big as to where he's not going to notice certain tweets and stuff like that. But hey, it is what it is. Josie and Letty versus Hila and Anissa tag team. Josie and Letty would get hurt. Nah. Anissa's a pussy. right? And Hila is, even if she was tough, she's not gonna be athletic. And the thing is, like, I know I could make Josie and Letty tough. Like, if they put their mind to it, I know that I could instill that into them. Because the thing is, and that's kind of a lie even from me, right? That's kind of a lie that I'm gonna be able to be the one to instill toughness into them. That's not really how it works, right? What I mean by that is I will make them work hard enough as to where they gain that toughness, because there's this myth where you're either born with toughness or you're not. But that's not the case. You learn to be tough. Nobody's born tough. Have you ever punched a fucking baby? Fucking those babies aren't very tough, right? So the idea that you're born tough, right, is nah, you know. You learn to be tough through experience and through the choice, right? Through a willingness to just say, all right, yeah, that sucked what I went through, but I'm going to get up and I'm going to keep going, right? If Letty and Josie really put their minds to it, I could help them learn how to be tough, you know? But yeah, honestly, like, I would put money on Josie and Letty. I'll be honest with you, you know? Anyway, I just meant if they brawled like today, not with training. I don't know, man. You know, because that's the thing. It's like I said, Anissa is not. It's just I don't think so. You know, I'm not saying Hila and Anissa would lose like 100%. I'm saying that, like, I don't think it's such a sure thing. You know. You had a physique moment, basically, yeah. I thought I saw something, right? I thought I saw something that I wanted to. Oh. Hila was IDF. Anissa used to train. Josie and Letty haven't done anything athletic from what I know. I mean, Hila being IDF doesn't mean shit. Like, really. Like, it doesn't. Being military, whether it's IDF, Marines, Army, whatever, it doesn't mean you can fight. In fact, most of them can't fight. Because what happens is you go there, you run an obstacle course, right? Maybe if you're lucky, you have a week or two tops of unarmed combat training. But then typically you're spending the whole time just firing a gun and learning a specialized field, which I guarantee you Hila was probably some kind of like analyst, right? She was probably some kind of like pencil pusher or something like that, right? The military is just college for people who can't afford college. It's literally what it is, right? Now, am I saying like, oh, I don't support the troops, blah, 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 blah. No, I do. You know, I do have a respect for our military and the people who partake in it, but I'm not going to overstate that respect or that importance that these people put into martial arts, unarmed combat, right? There's no point, right? It's just I'm not impressed by either of them, right? And the boxing training that Anissa gets is not good boxing training at all, you know? I don't know. Hmm. Sorry, I'm checking something out real quick. Sorry, my coach was texting me with a question. You know, he was hitting me up like, "Yo, Scott, how'd you get so fly? How'd you get so ill, dude? How dude, Scott, you slap." Anyway, um, Krav Maga equals Jiu-Jitsu. Krav Maga does not actually exist. Krav Maga is a bullshit marketing scheme by guys who don't actually really know how to fight that well. If I'm being honest with you, 100% honest with you, I guess I still could. I was gonna say I would do a video on it, but there's been videos done on it before, right? Um, dude, I swear there was a chat that I wanted to read. Anyway, right now it's gonna be actually a very interesting fight. It's gonna be Dean the Great versus Waleed Sharks 2. I remember watching I remember watching the first one, right? And Waleed was actually like beating the hell out of Dean, but then Dean just landed that one clean punch that just floored Waleed, and he couldn't recover from it. It was a very good stoppage. I think Dean got dropped like 2 or 3 times. It's pretty crazy. Um, but I watched that Human Weapon episode on Krav Maga, or was it Fight Quest? It was probably both of them, honestly. Yeah, but I mean, look, like ninjas didn't exist, right? Ninjas did not exist, right? And I'm saying this to give you an example that is similar to Krav Maga, right? But if you go to Japan, right? I'm not saying it's ninja stuff everywhere, right? But they have kind of embraced it just a little bit. Because if there's people who want to come and spend money on you and your stuff because they think that you are like you have like ninja stuff or something like that, and you're like, oh yeah, no, we don't have any ninja stuff. That's not even a real thing. Um, like if people want to come spend money right on you and in your country and stuff like that, and part of the reason they want to do that is because they think there's some kind of weird mystical magical antithesis to the samurai, and those guys they were kind of the opposite of the samurai in a certain way, right? If that's so dumb to do that, and that's one of the ways that Japan takes your money, right, is the ninja conspiracy. Same thing with China. They do the same thing with kung fu, right? Etc. Etc. And it's smart on their end. I'm not like those damn Japanese and Chinese. That's not even what I'm doing. Like, it's smart. I respect it to a degree, right? And plus, it's fun. It's not like anyone really gets hurt. It's fun to think like, oh, what if, right? But that's just what that is. And that's what Krav Maga is as well. Krav Maga is a 2-week course by the Israeli military that trains you to be hyper aggressive and extremely fucking violent, right? That's what Krav Maga is. But anyway, we got the next fight coming up. All right, so we got Dean the Great in the pink and Waleed Sharks in the black. I actually am pretty excited for this. Oh yeah, and by the way, could you guys like the stream if you haven't? I'd really appreciate that. Oh, right out the gate. Jab cross hook from Sharks. See, I am really curious to see how this one goes because in the last fight, Waleed really seemed to be the better man. It's just Dean was gritty. He didn't give up and he just waited until he caught that one. Oh, wow. Wow. So Dean ends up counterattacking off of a jab, and then he ends up catching him with a straight right down the middle. These guys have pretty good power for their size. Usually you don't see dudes stumbling like that after punches. Dudes typically aren't getting wobbled at that weight. Oh man. Every time a punch lands clean like that, and that's the other thing is that when they land, they're landing clean. There's no glancing blows. Right? They're either landing really clean, really flush, or they're not at all. So jab from Dean, another jab from Dean. Waleed ends up letting him come in, and he tries to rip, but I don't think any of them landed. That was a smart idea from Waleed. He ends up coming over the top. Dean ends up ducking, and then he ends up just forcing him down, right? That tires you out, and in addition to that, it keeps you safe from any counterattacking. Ooh, speaking of counterattacking, Dean ends up slipping a jab and coming with a straight right. Jab to the body from Waleed. So you don't stop fighting until the referee has to break you. Jab cross. Oh, man. That hook didn't land, but the thing is, it ended up coming around the back. And that does hurt. He hit him in the armpit. That does hurt when you get hit in the back of the head like that, but what it mainly did was kind of wobble him a little bit, just because he lost balance. These guys are so quick, and they're compared to other fights that we've seen, they're very technical, What's going on, Sid? Oh. There we go. Oh, man. And, another one. Wow. Damn, that's crazy, bro. Jab to the body. You see, ooh, wow, shoulder roll, and then Waleed ended up shoulder rolling in that Philly shell, and then he tried to come back with something. I don't know if it landed or not. It looked like it didn't quite land. I think if that landed, it would have put Dean down. He's patting him on the butt, doing the humping shit again. He did that in the last fight, didn't he? And round one. So, after that, I have to say, I think it was Dean. No, excuse me, not Dean. I think it was Waleed who ended up winning that round. Really good round, really action-packed. I enjoyed it. They both had moments, but you could see Waleed had the momentum, and he was just landing more, and he landed a lot more. What up? I'm not paying for this, but I bet on it so I can follow along through your commentary. My bets were not educated at all, by the way, so they were all Hail Marys on the huge odds. I don't know how betting works. I'll be honest with you. I'm not a gambler. I think gambling is a bad thing overall. Excuse me, but I'm curious. Like, did you bet like individually on each fight? I would assume that's how it works. Who do you think is gonna win? Who do you think is gonna win between Waleed and Dean? I'm not 100% sure. I got to be honest with you. Like, I kind of lean towards Waleed a little bit, but at the same time, I kind of want to lean towards Dean. After that first round, I think Waleed is a step ahead right now, but Dean has shown that he has the ability to kind of stop the momentum. Excuse me, jeez. Jab cross from Waleed, followed by another. Dean fighting on the inside, making it a dirty fight. Ooh, there we go. So there was an uppercut. It looked like it may have landed. Not 100% sure. I don't believe the hook landed, but the cross, you saw that ended up snapping his head back a little bit. Ooh, okay. Knockdown. So it looked like a counter right hand when he was moving in. I want to see that. I want to see that replay. Yeah, I think that was a very similar counter right. Hook from Waleed. Ooh, another right hand. Oh man, Dean's starting to. Oh yeah, Dean's starting to open up. He's starting to land at will. Ooh, that was a pretty close to low blow from Dean. Oh, there it is. Oh man, yeah, Sharks is getting walked back. It just ain't working out for him right now. He's got to keep his hands up. He was trying to play slick with the Philly shell. He's letting his hands drop down here. He's got to keep his hands up, especially right now. If he's not going to be fighting, he's got to really keep his hands up. And something smart. You see Dean, right? He ended up going to the body with that jab. I think that was because he saw Waleed is starting to shell up in a certain way. Waleed walking forward. The way Waleed is walking forward, it's not really working out for him the way it seemed to in round one. Well, I mean, for one thing, I don't think he was walking forward exactly in that way in round one. What he's got to do is he's really got to head movement. Oh man, there it is. There was an uppercut from Dean that ended up landing. What I was saying is he can't just walk forward and start trying to throw punches, right? Because that's how he ended up getting caught to get the knockdown, and there it is again, the exact same punch. He ends up walking forward, throwing punches, hands down here, right? And Dean ends up coming back with that counter right hand. It's beautiful. That's the thing of beauty right there. It's really cool to see stuff like that. So you can see it just seems like the wind has been taken out of Waleed's sails. Overall, I'd say he just has to hold on. He's going to get a minute to rest. He's going to get some water. Hopefully, there's some rabbit punches to the back of the head. See, at least this referee warns about the back of the head. I was going to say, right now, Waleed should just be focused on surviving. That's it. He shouldn't be worried about anything else, We're going to go ahead. We're going to see the, I'm sure, no, we're going to see an advertisement. We're not going to see the, jeez. Talk about a boner killer, DAZN. Absolutely insane. I was hoping we were going to see the replay of the first knockdown. I know what the second knockdown was, and I'm pretty sure it was the same as the first one, but, we're going to go ahead. We're going to see. I think Dean wins without even seeing it because he's mad cocky and trains hard. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, Dean was getting fucked up in the last one. And, I mean, right now it's been 2 rounds, and we're seeing that it's a little bit different this time around, right? But, that's kind of what made me a little bit, that's what made me a little bit hesitant to be like, oh, yeah, I think Dean wins this one, right? Is because of what happened last time, right? All right. So what's happening is Waleed is over pursuing in whatever he does, right? He's walking forward, either that or he's moving forward in a way that's not very cautious. And because of that, he's getting tagged, especially when he ends up dropping his hands down here. It just leaves his head wide open. And that's why that counter right is happening so easy for him. Dean is lefty right now. Oh, wow, that was nice. That was really good. He's throwing a lot of right hooks because when you're a lefty, right, and you're throwing right hooks, it's really weird when you're not a lefty, when you're a righty. It's really weird to have to defend that punch, It's interesting though, right? You saw one instance where Dean ends up throwing an uppercut and then he ends up rolling underneath, right? I really liked that. I thought that was cool. Dean isn't a natural lefty. That's not. I'm like 99% sure this is something new, right? I'm 99% sure he was a righty the whole fight. I think round 3 he feels like he's got him. He's kind of just testing out the lefty a little bit, right? Which I don't know, like might be a little bit fun, might be interesting, but it's not always the best idea. Oh man. They're both just sort of letting each other have it right now. Another left hook from Waleed. Oh man, he's got Dean kind of running away right now. I think Dean needs to switch back to righty. I think he needs to stop fucking around. That's what he's doing. He's switching back to righty. Smart idea. Oh man. I mean, they're both. Oh man, I thought he went down after the punch, but no, Waleed was pushing him down. I mean, like this is a really nice fight. It's good. They're swinging at each other. They're letting each other have it. Oh man, Waleed last round, not so great. It is what it is, right? But he's definitely coming back, and I'll be honest with you. I think he's winning this round right now. If I had to give it to somebody, I feel like I'd give it to Waleed. You might think of it differently if you're watching it along. I'm sure you have an argument for that, right? But I'm liking what I'm seeing a little bit right now. Actually, not necessarily. I think Dean may have done enough. I think this could go either way, and I don't think I'd necessarily blame anyone for giving it to Dean. Now that I'm thinking the whole round through again. I think it's 50-50 right now. It could go either way. I don't think I'd blame anyone for giving it to Dean. Oh, man. So they're getting the mouth guard. You can't just be stance switching if you haven't had a lot of experience on your weak stance. Well, yeah, but I mean, That's the thing, is that Dean probably feels confident enough, right? Because when you get somebody's timing, when you get the distance you need to be at, and when you get the way that they move down, when you know when you've made those reads, it's like it feels like you're fighting a toddler, right? When that happens and you're that much better than somebody. And Dean probably is sitting here thinking, well, I think I'm good. I think I can play around with this. And I mean, Dean isn't bad as a lefty. It's just he's a little bit one-dimensional because he's not constantly training. Like he was basically button mashing. He was spamming the right hook, right, just over again for like however many second period of time. It's just funny. Um, Yeah, I mean, hey, it could go either way. That round specifically. I do think it's I do think it's a really interesting fight. I think it's a fun fight. And I'm happy to I'm happy to have tuned in for this. All right, I didn't want to miss this one. I knew that. All right, so round four of I would assume five. So they're both kind of, you see, there it is again. Waleed just keeps moving in. He just keeps moving in with that jab, jab, cross, right? And like, I'm not saying it's a bad thing to do, right? Like, going double jab cross is a good move, but um, it's just he just keeps getting bopped. And of course, the zone is being weird on my TV. One sec. Uh, hmm. All right. So right now we have the end of the round. Fucking DAZN needs to fix their shit. They need to fix their shit, damn it. Anyway, so the end of 4 rounds, I'd say Dean is definitely up, right? Exactly. It's just it's awful, dude. It's not fun to have to deal with. I paid good money for this stream and it's choppy. It's ridiculous, man. Waleed's really tough, man. You know, damn. Those counter right hands are just the death of him, and it's because again he keeps over pursuing, right? He keeps on moving in too quick with reckless abandon. He's got to be a little bit craftier when it comes down to it. So we have here round five. So what I think I'd really like to see from Waleed this round, right? Um, and he needs a knockout. Not a knockdown, a knockout. What I think Waleed really should focus on is he should focus on trying to get a little bit craftier, right? Get a little bit more dynamic. The whole fight, he's just been going jab cross, jab jab cross. Again, he's been over pursuing, right? He's been going too forward, too much, too quick, right? I want to see him try and bait that counter right from Dean and see what he can do with that, right? If he can make it like he's about to over pursue and then Dean ends up throwing that right and he either slips or maybe he pulls back, right? And then he comes with something of his own, that'd be really good for him, right? The current strat just isn't really working for him. Referee pushes him. He's just like, get out of here. Get out of here, pipsqueak. So a couple of right hands traded from both of them. I don't think either of them landed. I think they were at most glancing blows. Excuse me. And we have about a minute and a half left in the round. I think Dean is just trying to coast, which I mean, hey, it makes sense, you know. Why wouldn't he coast in this situation? Oh man, he fell out of the ring, bro. That's insane. He's the first guy to fall out of the ring while winning the fight. You see that's why you have the lip at the end of the ring, right? That's so you don't end up falling off into the tables and shit. Yeah, I mean Dean knows he's got it. You know, I think he would really like a knockout. Oh man. I was saying I think Dean would like a knockout, right? If it came down to it, but I don't think he's necessarily, oh man, here we go. Waleed really teeing off. And he's catching him too. Oh man. Anyway, I was saying I think Dean would like a knockout, but I also don't think it's something that he feels he 100,000% needs. You know, I'm noticing that he's not as active as he probably could be. He seems to be trying to not run around, but you know, he sees. Oh man, that was a nice right hand. So that was a really good fight. You know, I enjoyed it. You know, oh man, is he gonna have another backflip incident? But yeah, I mean that was a good fight. I think without question it goes to Dean. You know, it was really just really cool. You know, really cool to see the rematch. You know, I was hoping it would be a little bit closer. You know, I was hoping it would be a little bit closer. But you know, Waleed, you can't say that he it was completely one sided. You know, he had his moments. You know, round three was a good example of that. You know, he started coming back in round three. I don't again like I think it could have gone either way, but I wouldn't blame you if you gave it to what's his face, Dean. Oh man, that left hook, man. Again, these guys have like so much power for small guys. You know, typically you don't see that. You typically don't see that kind of thing. You know, from dudes that are that size. What are they like? 125 pounds, maybe 135 tops. I want to say they're probably like 125 pounds. They look it right. You can you can tell they're small dudes. You know, that's pretty crazy, man. Good for these guys. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna see if I can oh, I'm gonna see if I can fix the choppy DAZN stream on my TV. Man. All right, we're back. Dean trains mad hard. Yeah, I'm sure he does. You know, I mean these guys look like pros. You know, um, I'm not saying they look like elite level pros, but the way they fight, you know, that's again that's kind of that differentiation between pro and amateur. You know, um, damn. Anyway, as I was saying, like they look like real boxers. They look like they do this, you know, and that's really cool to see. You know, got me a soda. Oh, it's fizzing. Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia. Oh yeah, that's where I know that name from. Yeah, it was Garcia versus Davis, and didn't Tank Davis win that? I remember correctly. I don't pay attention to boxing. It's kind of funny. I pay closer attention to Misfits, to influencer boxing than I do real boxing. Because real boxing just isn't compelling, you know? There's this thing, right, where like promoters are never going to undersell their product. They're always going to oversell their product, you know? And you know, there's a lot of idiots out there that like, because the best that their generation has to offer is like a bunch of like dudes that are just not that interesting or compelling, right? They still pretend as though it's actually that interesting and actually that compelling. And like, I'm not one of those guys. Like, I'll pay attention. I'll pay attention if you give me a reason to pay attention, all right? Seeing Canelo beat the shit out of fucking Golovkin, right? For, was it 3 or 4 times that they've fought, right? Seeing that for like the 3rd or 4th time is like, I don't care, bro. I'm not interested. I like Golovkin, you know, Triple G, right? I've seen a fight or two of his on like YouTube and things like that. I know he's like, you know, again, a generational talent. Fine, cool, whatever. Not that interested though. You know, we don't have anybody that can actually like promote a fight. Excuse me. Anyway, we're gonna go ahead. I already know who won because I have a phone from the future here. It's weird. My doorbell just went off. Are you waiting on something?
No.
Okay, that's weird. Triple G won the first 2 fights against Canelo, robberies of the century. Yeah, so here we have Dean. He ended up winning. I don't think anyone's surprised at that. Did Triple G win the first 2 fights against Canelo? Oh, you're saying that Triple G got robbed. Okay. Yeah, I mean, again, like, I don't even care. Like, that's the thing about boxing is it doesn't matter to me, you know? Now, they're putting on Dean's belt, right? And I have to say, I fucking hate the Misfits boxing belts because they literally just took them, right? They took them. Jeez. What they did is they took the generic belt, right? The shit that you see on the front page of the belt manufacturer, right? And they were just like, yeah, slap Misfits on there, right? There's nothing special about those belts. There's nothing special about them, right? They're just sort of, you know, they're literally generic championship belts, you know. In fact, I wanna see this, right? I'm just curious. I don't know if it's actually gonna pop up or not. Yeah, no, it's not popping up. But like I've seen manufacturers of championship belts, right? And when they send you shit, right? When they send you shit, they send you like a blank, right? Like a belt that has like just basic plates and stuff on there. It'll be like a heavyweight champion, right? But it just says that, right? There's no heavyweight champion bumfucks there is no bum fights heavyweight champion. It just says heavyweight champion, right? And that's basically what Misfits did with their belts. They just took the shit that when a trophy and belt manufacturer company hit them up like, hey, you need some help making your stuff? They were like, yeah, sure, send us an example of your work. And they were like, okay, we'll take that. Just slap MF on it. You know? It's like, it's really dumb. Anyway. What the fuck? You watching the Fight Circus fights? No, I'm not watching fight. I'm not watching. I'm watching the British version of the Fight Circus fights. That is something that I've been meaning to do is go over Fight Circus though. I want to react to Fight Circus fights because those things are insane. You know, they had Bob Sapp and Rampage Jackson. They put them in a giant shirt, right? They like duct taped them together at the shoulders and put them in a shirt so that they could each only use one arm, right? And they had them both box another two dudes that were in the same position as they were. It was like crazy, you know. That's the type of stuff that they put on over there. You know, it's Thailand, so people don't give that much of a shit. You know, yeah, it's wild to see. I think that'd be fun it'd be fun to what's it called? React to, right? It'd be fun to show you guys, you know. I'm not a fan of those freak show types of things, but you know, it's fun to look at, you know, once or twice. OEM wrestling belts. I'm curious what that is. Yeah, I figured maybe it would pop up, but nah, it didn't. No, regardless though, that is like, you know, that is what they did with their belt, and I kind of hate it, you know. All right, let's get back here. This guy's post fight sucked. Yeah, I mean, I didn't really listen. I was talking through it the whole time. Scott, who do you got for Danis versus Paul? I mean, look, the smart money is on Logan Paul. All right. But with that said, I do want to see what Dillon Danis has hiding up his sleeve. You know, I want to see what Dillon Danis has hidden in his pants. You know, hidden in his trunks. Um, you know, it is what it is. I'm watching the same card right now too. It's fun little sideshow, high drama for less skill. Oh yeah, you know. Um, Again, just trying to make sure I didn't miss any good chats. Somebody asked if I've seen Ngannou's trolling. Theo Hancock asked that. No, I have not. Why? What's going on with that? Is there some sort of thing going on with Ngannou? Is he like, oh, is he fucking with Dana White? Is Dana White like is he talking shit about Dana White or something like that? He basically said Manchester is now called Deanchester and that white people don't be salting their food. At least I'm not fucking 5'3", Dean. How about that one? Anyway. Nah, I mean the thing is, Dean the Great seems like a nice guy. You know, a nice enough guy. I think he hams it up because he knows that this is basically the pro wrestling of boxing, right? And there's no reason for him to not play the heel. There's no reason for him to not be cocky as fuck all the time and things like that, you know? Um, Really, you should, you know, and that's really the big. I've talked about this before. I won't go too deep into a tangent about it right now, but that's really the big thing that I kind of am not a fan of in terms of you know, the way that people are going about this Misfits thing. Like, there's a lot of people who they either A, don't talk any shit and it's not fun, or B, they do talk shit, but they're just, you know, they're just not that great at it, you know? Like B Dave. That's why I talk shit about B Dave, right? It's not because I actually have an issue with him. I don't fucking know the guy. I don't even pay attention to him. It's that when I see him trying to hype his fights, right? Trying to promote his fights, it always just falls flat for me, right? He put a pie in the face of one of his opponents, and it was just like really stupid. It was just like, all right, well, that's fucking dumb. Like, wow, a pie? Oh man, you're gonna hit him with a fucking electric buzzer handshake thing next? Like, wow. Um, and that's why Dillon Danis is like, look, people like Dillon Danis now. People are on Dillon Danis's side and things like that. Think about how crazy that is, because 2 to 3 months ago, you mentioned the name Dillon Danis, everybody is fucking shitting on him constantly, all the time, you know? But Dillon is so good at hyping fights that people actually turned their perception of him around, right? That's what hyping fights can do for you. Not only will it get more interest in your fight, which means you could potentially get more money, right? But it'll also make it so that even if you are technically the bad guy, right, you are loved by people. Because if we're being honest here, Dillon technically is the bad guy. That's what he was supposed to be, right? He was the bad guy for a long time. And what he was doing, right, going after a man's fiance, that's not really the good guy thing to do, if we're just being honest here. It's not the good guy, eat your vegetables, brush your teeth, don't play video games all day thing to do. It's just not, you know? But he was so good at hyping the fight. He was so good at creating buzz. He was so good at talking shit that people actually started to like him, even though what he was doing was what we would all consider to be a bad thing, right? If somebody was coming after my wife in that way, right? It wouldn't matter, and she hasn't, right? She doesn't, but like, it wouldn't matter to me if she did do half the shit that it seems Nina has done, right? I'd still be like, yo, fuck you, dude. That's my fucking wife. I love her. I'm not just gonna leave her. Stop doing that, right? And I'm not gonna be here like, oh man, oh dude, my wife is, oh no, oh she's a hoe. I'm not gonna be that way, right? If I'm gonna say anything, I'm gonna say it to my wife, and that's it, right? But I'm not gonna sit here and be like, okay, fine, yeah, sure, maybe she did take a lot of naked photos and say some stuff about sausage and all this other stuff. Okay, fine, but like, could you just stop? No, like, I'm coming at you as though you're an evildoer. You know, I'm coming at you as though I'm Superman and you're fucking whoever Superman fights, right? I'm Batman and you're the Joker in my mind, right? That's how I feel. That's what I'm doing, you know? Like, I'm not gonna sit here and act like Dillon is like the good guy. But what he did, he was so good at that people started to like him. Dean and Devin, I won't lose to no white boy. Haney would get along. Yeah, I'm sure they would. Danis was public enemy number 1 to fight fans, but Logan was more hated by both fight fans and non-fight fans, so more people sided with the troll. Plus, what you said, he promoted the fight, the best despite toxic. I would assume you mean despite being toxic or something like that. Yeah, I mean, that is one thing that I kind of forget about, you know, because like I know Logan apparently, according to a lot of people, Logan scammed people and stuff like that, scammed his followers. I don't know anything about that. I don't know what the deal with that was. I'm not interested in it. You don't gotta fucking sit here and like, you know, try and bring me up to speed on it and tell me about it or anything like that. That's not, you know, I'm not interested, if I'm being honest with you. But like, you know, I don't really have an issue with Logan in and of himself, you know, so I do kind of forget that his public perception is not as favorable as as it could be, I guess, right? People will turn on Dillon once he starts beef with actual UFC fighters again. I am interested in that. I am interested to see if your theory is correct. That would be cool. Not saying people turning on him, saying if you called that, that would be cool. Here we have it. There's an Ngannou Fury thing, whatever it's called. This is a pretty interesting commercial. They just have him straight up. Okay. Anyway, that was a sick Ngannou Tyson promo. Yeah, it was. Happening News says, if Dillon gets destroyed, I doubt he has many fans after. I don't know. Well, I mean, if he gets destroyed, probably. But if he puts up a really good fight and shows a lot of heart, then he will earn legitimate respect from people. He will earn legitimate love from people. You know, people like that sort of thing. At the end of the day, oh, it's Salt Papi versus Slim up next. This is one of the ones I was really excited for. We're seeing Salt Papi versus Slim. And of course, the DAZN stream is being dumb again, so that's alright. I got the backup, but if we're just sitting here waiting because they want to show us 50 ads and then show us the build up to the fight, I'll just get up and I'll go ahead and I'll do it real quick. It's all good. Who is the celebrity you would want to fight the most? I don't know. Do you mean like classical celebrity, or do you mean like anyone with any sort of notoriety or anything like that? I'm not sure. I mean, I don't think about it like that. I don't think about any of that. I just whatever. Whoever wants to fight me, how about that? Whatever celebrity wants to fight me, I'll fight them. All right. Okay, does that sound good? Salt Papi is like the Andy Ruiz of low-level celeb boxing. Yeah, I found the Salt Papi thing to be interesting because he clearly had boxing experience before that, right? But he tried to play like he didn't, I don't believe he got as good as he did as he was. I don't believe he got as good as he was in his first fight off of like getting into YouTube boxing shit. I think he had an amateur boxing background. I won't even say career, but just a background way before. I want to do a video about Salt Papi though. I want to do a video on how he wins fights because there's certain and I don't know, maybe that's changed by now, right? But the fights of his that I have seen, I have noticed certain patterns. I've noticed certain patterns and certain things like that, certain themes, and it'd be cool to do a video kind of breaking him down. Have I missed the start of the next fight? Nah, you're good. It's the tail of the tape right now. Salt Papi versus Slim. Pretty sure Salt Papi's dad was a pro and Salt Papi has boxed since a baby. Yeah, so you see, and that's the thing about Misfits, right? And that's why like I kind of want to get into Misfits is because like they'll just have dudes that fucking, like Anthony Taylor was a fucking Bellator guy. Fucking Bellator was like the number 2 under the UFC in the American market, Then you had World Series of Fighting for years and stuff like that. Fucking that's not a fucking that's not a joke. Even if he was mainly a grappler, that's still not a joke. He's got professional fighting experience that he's had for years, Then you have like Salt Papi. Again, they take him, they throw him up against Andy Warski. You have FaZe Sensei. FaZe Sensei is a nice guy. He doesn't go in there trying to absolutely destroy people, right? He takes it easy on people. But, again, FaZe Sensei, a guy who I have seen fight. A guy who, for all intents and purposes, since we come from the same region, like, you could say we are, in terms of fighting, Actually, no, I won't say that. I was gonna say colleagues, but it's like no, because a colleague is someone you work with. Someone at a hospital in Boston is not the colleague of someone who works in Baltimore just because they're both fucking doctors, right? But um, like what's it called? Phase Sensei, Isaiah Ocasio, fucking he's got legitimate experience, A lot of these guys have legitimate experience, and they take them and they put them up against like fucking Churdleys. It's pretty insane. Um, it's kind of funny to see in a way as well. So it's like, why wouldn't I see if I could get on one of those if I possibly could, right? I'm trying to lose weight right now, and plus, I'll be honest with you, not a big fan of the idea of having to go to England. I'd rather be at one in I almost said the UFC. I'd rather go to one in like the US or something like that, or maybe even Canada, right? Take a drive, go see Harley, right? Um, take a drive, go see Harley, get into a fist fight, Um, but like, I'd be stupid to sit here if I had the opportunity to fight on this platform, right? I'd be stupid to be like, oh, I'm gonna go ahead and fight at this regional promotion, this local thing. What the dude? Oh boy, this is just like Creator Clash, where a bunch of people had these weird little walkout things, where it's like, instead of having a personality, they're just like, hey, I'll do a cute little walkout thing. I'll have dancers, haha, that's what I'll do, and I'll make people wait 30 seconds to a minute or more to be able to even see me walk out. Then I'll start dancing. I'll start doing pelvic thrusts on my way to the ring. It's like, all right, guys, come on, let's get a move on here. All right, what the fuck is this Izzy Dancy walkout? Basically, yeah. Excuse me. Bellator has a beautiful belt, but their events are so disappointing. I'm curious about the Bellator belt now. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna look that up. He's gonna take forever, so I'm gonna go ahead. Uh, oh shit. Yeah, those are pretty nice. This one must be an old one. The thing is, Bellator, I didn't know about it, but I guess Bellator was a kickboxing promotion until Scott Coker took it over and was like, all right, we're gonna go ahead, we're gonna make this MMA. But yeah, like that's a pretty cool looking belt, I guess. This one looks a little bit different. I'm sure this one's probably older because I believe this one is a newer one. Is the one that I've seen most recently. Yeah, I mean it's not a bad looking belt. The thing is, a lot of belts are ugly. Like the UFC one, right? Excuse me. Oh, the UFC one. I'll be honest with you. Not the biggest fan, but if there's one thing I do like about it, it's the fact that, like, compared to this, it's kind of sleek. It's kind of minimal, right? Not in a bad way. It's not like it's just a regular leather belt. Oh, we're embracing minimalism here. No, but like you look at this, and like I said, I do like it, but like there's just so much going on. It almost is a little bit tacky. This is a little bit better, but it's still got a similar thing. This kind of in the same boat as that. Um, I don't mind this. This actually looks pretty nice. I kind of like this one, right? Um, Trying to see if there's anything else. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this. This is kind of the opposite. It doesn't have too much going on, but I'm just not a big fan of like the bulkiness of the look. I'm just not a big fan of it. I like this guy's face right here. Anyway, and two of those and one of those wins coming by way of Warski. And one of those wins coming by way of Warski. Doesn't ONE FC have cool belts? I don't know. I'll check that out. I'll check that out too. Oh, ONE FC belt. I'm not a big fan of the One Championship belt. Again, it kind of is that like bulky like thing, you know. But it is what it is. We're gonna go ahead. We're gonna get back into the fights. It took them like 20 minutes just to get from one fight to the next, you know. I'm wondering how many rounds this is. It has the Spartan helmet on it, and it looks royal and prestigious, not looking like the website logo or app logo. Yeah. I mean, I guess it'd just be nice to see a belt that kind of gets that combination of regal while also not being tacky, you know? Like you know what? The old UFC belt. What did I forget if I liked the old UFC belt. I legit forget. Yeah, the old UFC belt is kind of the same way, honestly. Man, there's so many belts that just are not that aesthetically pleasing to me, you know. And I don't know, maybe you like them, you know, but it just, you know, it is what it is. All right, so here we go. So we got Slim in the black and Salt Papi in the blue and white. So it's going to be interesting seeing Salt Papi fight somebody who's so much taller and longer, you know? I don't think either of them are going to have really that much power when it comes down to it, you know? But, you know, if I had to guess, Salt Papi's probably more powerful. You know, what Slim's got to do is he's got to really use that length, you know? Because you can see the difference. And I think Slim just has really long arms, right? He's got to use that length to his advantage, you know? What he's doing right now is not a bad idea. He's just got to tie up the arm a little bit better next time. You know, if he's gonna end up in that range, there's no way it's gonna be even worse than King Kenny if Salt Papi keeps ended up in that range. You know. All right, so this is a 5-rounder if I remember correctly, or if I see correctly. So, oh. There we go. You see he's got to tie up that arm. Huh. This is interesting to see. Usually I'm used to seeing Salt Papi being very slick, right? That's what I'm typically used to seeing. So to see Salt Papi really go after it in the way that he is, getting inside, like it's you know, he's doing a good job right now. You know, it seems like Slim kind of doesn't 100% know how to handle him, you know? He's probably not used to dudes really rushing in the way that Salt Papi is. He's like I said, he's just got to use his straights. One thing Slim is doing, though, is he's trying to use his right hand. He's led with his right hand a few times, which when you're fighting a lefty, that's typically what you're going to want to do. You're going to want to use lateral motion to try and get on the inside or the outside, depending on what exactly you're trying to do. You know, but it just seems that Salt Papi, when he gets in, Slim has zero answer for him, you know? Slim even looks a little bit, awkward, you know, if I'm being honest with you. He seems like he's still kind of getting his sea legs a little bit. Both trying to, oh, you see, I said Slim is leading with his right? Yeah, right? Salt Papi is leading with his left every now and again, and that's what we just saw there, was he ends up stepping in, he throws the right hand, and then he follows up with more after he switches angles, right? If he's at this angle, he throws that right hand, and then he switches and goes bang, right? It's pretty interesting to see, if it makes sense. You know, I know it's kind of tough to show exactly what I'm talking about on here. So Slim actually trying to dirty box a little bit. It's not a good idea. He really just needs to just tie up, you know? He needs to tie up and he needs to use lateral motion, just like King Kenny. This almost seems like it's going to be a repeat of King Kenny versus Anthony Taylor, the way that it's kind of stacking up right now, you know? I couldn't imagine. I couldn't. I couldn't imagine British people. I couldn't imagine British people actually being like jocks about things. Like, we have to protect this house. It's like, all right, dude. Okay, calm down. So Slim's corner is talking about 2-3 off the jab. That would be 2 is a right hand, 3 is a left hook. It seems like what he wants, right, is when Salt Papi throws the jab, he wants him to slip outside of the jab, right, throw across, and then come over with a hook on the over Salt Papi's right hand. That's a good idea. So what Slim needs to do is he needs to throw more than one jab at a time. He's sitting here and he's just throwing a slow, long jab, and that's going to give Salt Papi what he needs to be able to get in, whether he just follows the jab back in or if he ends up, slipping it in some form, right? Oh, they're trying to fight on the inside. Oh, man. They're fighting on the inside. Slim needs to get out of there. Salt Papi needs to do exactly what he's doing, though. There's really not much that I could say that Salt Papi needs to do differently. If he keeps this up, this is his fight, bottom line. So, as I was saying, though, what Slim really needs to do is he needs to get a little bit more dynamic. He needs to start throwing more punches at a time, because if he's just going to throw one, he's not actually going to make Salt Papi work for anything. Salt Papi's just going to wait for him to throw that one punch, and then he's gonna follow it in. Not to mention the fact that the punch, I'm going to be honest with you, his jab is not looking very crisp. I don't think it's looked crisp at all. It looks very slow, like he's kind of pushing the jab, You don't want to push your jab. You want to snap it out like that, I'm coming at you. Yeah. You see, Slim's trying to fight in Salt Papi's range, and I mean, look, he's landed a few times, but the thing is, he's not going to land in the way that he needs to. He's got to move laterally. He's got to start throwing straights in more than just one quantity, I guess, right? And he's just got to do things differently, man. Everything he's doing right now is not the way that he should have been doing things. I don't know if he is just not feeling himself today, or if he just didn't really train enough, Regardless, though, if it stays like this, it's not going to be good for him. He's going to end up losing. He's going to get outpointed, just like Anthony Taylor did, like I said. So, fighting back on the inside, Salt Papi with the tie plum. That's interesting to see. Slim style doesn't fit his body. He feels way more comfy trading in the pocket. Should just create traffic. Yeah. Oh yeah. I don't know what I could even add to that. He's just not fighting the way that he should be according to his body. And there's situations where like the taller guy can fight on the inside, but really like we're looking at a situation with like Brandon Buckingham, right? And that's something that when I was training Brandon, I kind of got confused. It kind of confused me a little bit, is because I'm sitting here trying to teach this guy to box, but he's a wrestler, and he's been a wrestler for a long time. So everything combat related in his mind, he's thinking wrestle, 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 right? If I could go back and do the Brandon camp a little bit differently, not that I even necessarily need to. He ended up winning in round 1. But if I could do something a little bit differently, I would have focused a lot more on clinching than we did. Which we did focus on clinching at least once a day, but I would have done it a lot more than I did. you know. Um, it was kind of tough. Brandon was only the second guy other than Sam that I had ever trained in depth in terms of like the YouTube boxing crash course in winning a boxing match type deal, right? So like I didn't 100% know how to approach it. You know, by now I know. I have a system figured out, right? But back then I didn't, you know. And Brandon, because of his wrestling, right? To get back to the actual point, because of Brandon's wrestling, he was able to get away with fighting on the inside because he knew how to, right? Slim doesn't know how to, though. So we got to cross. Oh, man. Oh, man. I don't know. Slim. Hmm. All right, I'm going to go to this one then. Oh, man. Slim's looking tired right now. Yeah, Slim's really just sitting there trying to trade. It's kind of crazy to see. What's going on? What's going on, mental? I'm chilling right now. We're trying to get the DAZN pay-per-view card to work. This is an interesting round though because you're seeing Slim. I mean, I think it's mainly because Salt Papi isn't putting him against the ropes, right? You're seeing Slim kind of starting to give it back a little bit, and that's really interesting, you know. I think what Salt Papi needs to do is really just try and walk him back. You know, he's got to move him back. If Slim's not going to walk back on his own, he's got to basically do what he's doing now, get in his face and push him back, you know? Oh, man. It's crazy to watch this going down right now because, as I said, like, Slim should not be fighting this way. But it almost actually seems to start to be working for him. I'm not saying it's definitely like 100% like, oh, it's working and he's winning this round. I'm just saying that it's not working as bad for him as it was in rounds 1 and 2. That's interesting to see. Hmm. See, that's not a bad idea from Slim. Is Saw Poppy has been using the tie plum, right? He's been coming around like this over his head. If he's gonna do that, then he might as well take the opportunity to dig the body. Oh man, oh man, damn. Slim is laying it on. You know. See, Salt Poppy isn't big on head movement, right? What Salt Poppy is big on is is really angles and distance, right? He weaponizes distance, he weaponizes counter striking, things like that. This is just what I've seen of him, right? Um, and because of that, when he does end up having to be inside, he just kind of leaves his head there, right? Like what Salt Poppy should be doing on the inside is instead of just sitting here throwing, right? He should be like slip, throw, duck, punch, right? Duck again, punch, slip, punch, slip, under, bang, bang, right? That's how he should be doing. He should be trying to flow in that way, right? Because if Slim is going to throw back and he's going to throw back uh, as effectively as he is right now, then Saw Poppy's going to end up getting hit. You know, neither of them really seem to have that kind of power that either of them is afraid of, but it doesn't mean you want to keep getting hit. And plus, it only takes one. Oh, just as I was saying, it only takes one, and all of a sudden, Salt Poppy seems a little bit hurt. He's trying. Oh man, he's trying to play it off, but you know he's actually like hurt. And that's what I'm talking about. Is Salt Poppy needs head movement. He stood there in front of him, got bopped, stood there in front of him again, and got hit again. And now we see that Salt Poppy is the one moving back now. And if you're the smaller fighter, it's really a bad spot to be in if you're going to move back like that, you know? It's funny to see Slim turn this into a bit of a dogfight, you know, especially because it was Salt Poppy doing that in the beginning. Oh, man. You can see Salt Papi ain't doing too well, you know. I think he's mostly I think he's mostly recovered, but I still think he's probably a little bit you know. You see, and this is what I'm talking about. He just stands there, not moving his head, and Slim's now taking advantage of this, right? Slim is actually starting to fight smart in a way that he really shouldn't even be fighting in, and because of that, he's oh man. Even Slim is using head movement. Did you see that head movement that he just utilized? Like, Slim is beating Salt Papi at the game that Salt Papi should be playing, you know? And it's crazy to see. Like, this should not be happening right now. But it is. And it's because Salt Papi, there's holes in his game that he really needs to address, you know? And that's something that if I was to make a video on Salt Papi, I was going to address. I was going to say, look, he's really good at what he does, but he doesn't do that much. And when he does try something new, he kind of only does it halfway. He's got to learn more than just fade back, right hook, you know, or just, right hook, left hook, right? Throwing lefts and shit like that. See, and that's something I didn't even notice until the commentary team ended up saying something. The commentator. That is one thing you're seeing more from Slim is you're seeing more combinations as opposed to just throwing one punch. Oh man, there it goes. There he is. Man, oh man. I don't know, dude. This might be it. That might be it, dude. Oh man. Oh. See, Slim's pouring it on. Salt Papi didn't even expect him to try and pursue in that way, but he did. Because, you know, why wouldn't he, right? You could see Salt Papi was still kind of like, all right, it's cool. We'll start again in a second. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I disagree with that stoppage. I don't think I disagree with it. You know, whenever there's a stoppage where somebody isn't either like clearly beat or if they haven't gotten knocked on their ass and they're having a hard time getting up, my first instinct is to be like, what? No, that's dumb, right? That's kind of my first instinct. But you know, for one thing, that first knockdown, right? That was he was having a hard time getting up from that to begin with, you know, and then he just wasn't the same from that point on, you know. You know, that was really cool. That was really exciting. You know, it was a good fight. I'll be honest with you, I thought it was going to go the same way as King Kenny and Anthony Taylor, you know, but what's his face? Slim he turned it around, you know, so you know what, good for him. Yeah, I mean, shoot, I want to see the replay. You know, there isn't going to be too much to see that's different from what we already saw. You know, it wasn't you know, there wasn't too much hidden, but you know, I want to see it again. Papi was out of it. He was just holding guard and getting landed on. Yeah, you know. Yeah, but you see, that's kind of the thing is that's what Salt Papi does. You know, I don't get hit much when it comes down to it, right? I'm really hard to get hands on, and it's because I have good head movement. There's a reason why I didn't get hit once in my last fight, even though I did lose because of the freak accident, right? And it's because I have head movement and I use the distance and certain maneuvers to my advantage, right? Salt Papi, he's really slick, he's really clean, things like that. He doesn't have any head movement though. And that's why not only was he getting pieced up the entire round, but and you see the replay, right? Salt Papi's teeing off, his head is just here, and Slim ends up catching one, and then bang, right? And that's what ended up leading to the knockdown. Knocked him back, he came, hit him again, knockdown comes, right? If Salt Papi moved his head even just a little bit, right, he'd be in much better shape, right? Salt Papi, like, I'm not saying he's not talented, but I do think that, I almost said Joe Rogan, what the fuck? I do think that Jake Paul was correct when he said that people get distracted or people get impressed by people get impressed by good performances, right? And the thing is, you can't be impressed by good performances because what was Salt Poppy's first fight? It was fucking what's his face, fucking Andy Warski, right? I talk about Andy Warski a lot because that was just like so crazy that happened, right? That you had Andy Warski, the coke fiend alcoholic dude, if I hear correctly, right? I know a little bit about Andy. I don't know everything about him, right? But they had that guy fighting Salt Poppy, a guy who, as somebody said, was boxing for his entire fucking life. That is wild, you know? So when you end up making a matchup like that, it shouldn't be a surprise when Mr. I boxed my whole life ends up winning and winning in dramatic fashion very early on in the fight, right? It's true. It is true. But hey, it is what it is. Geez, Slim's nose it is just flat, bro. It is just, it goes, bang. It's like a cliff. It's like an inclined cliff. That is insane. Anyway, Salt Poppy's first. Oh yeah. Oh shit, I forgot about that. Well, Salt Poppy's first fight on Misfits was Andy Warski. I forgot about the Halal Ham one. Halal Ham also lost weight, and he fought semi recently, if I remember correctly. He was a mystery fighter, if I remember. That's pretty crazy though. Ariel, oh man, I would have so much fun fucking with Ariel Helwani, dude. It would be so fun to sit here and just troll the shit out of him. You know, just be like, Ariel, I did this for you. Who, how, when equals, that's how I judge how good someone really is. Level of competition, how the fight went. Was it close or dominant? When was it, when was the opponent in his prime too young or too old? Oh, yeah, And the thing is, like, it's kind of tough, because fighting is one of those things where, there's so many factors that it's hard to sit here and be like definitively like, oh yes, this guy is good, that guy is bad, this guy is better than that guy. It's very hard to do that, Anyway, fucking, it's just really hard to sit here and say whether or not someone is truly good or bad and how good or bad they like are compared to other people, because like, sure, you could have a day where, like Salt Poppy, beats Slim, right? You have a day where Salt Poppy, you have a day where Slim is beaten by Salt Poppy, right? Damn, bro, why do I keep fucking that up? I'm mad tired today. Right, I've been tired all week, and we've been streaming for 2.5 hours, so I'm starting to kind of hit the wall. So I apologize, but you have a day like today where Slim beats Salt Poppy, right? You don't know what the issue could have been though. Salt Poppy could have stubbed his toe on the way to the ring, and that could have had an effect on his performance. Like no lie, right? Slim could have had an extra waffle for breakfast this morning. And because of that, he had more energy than he normally would, and he was just able to weather the storm and then come back in, what was it, round 3, I believe. That's the type of stuff that happens in fighting all the time. It's like GSP says, there is no one that's really better than anyone. It's just like when somebody fights, it's just the better man on that time, that day, in that place is going to win. You could fight again tomorrow, and the exact opposite could happen. Slim and Salt Poppy could fight again, and Salt Poppy could win 9 out of the 10 fights, right? It is what it is. But that'd be crazy if we were doing 10 fight. That wouldn't even be called a trilogy. That'd be called a decylogy, a decilogy, I guess, right? It'd be crazy if we were having dudes fight 10 times to try and figure out, like, all right, which one of these guys is actually the better one, And even then, it's like, if they did fight 10 times, well, what would happen if they fought 100 times? Uh, Paget, I saw you retracted a message. I'm curious about what that. I'm curious about what that was. You know. Um, Warski officially revenged. Avenged. Warski was avenged by Slim. Slim is a better boxer than Bilal. Confirmed. I don't know much about Bilal Muhammad. Like I don't know anything about him. To me, he's just the new hype train, and I'm not really that interested in watching him fight. I'm just being honest with you. Um, and the better fighter doesn't always win. Sometimes a moment of brilliance and a moment of mistake can end the fight out of nowhere. Yeah, I mean it's true. Um, did you hear about Danis going through six? Did you hear about Danis going 6 rounds with Pereira? I'm sure. Yeah, I mean, I know they trained, you know. That's the thing, though, is it's just sparring, so they're not trying to take each other's heads off and stuff like that, you know. I mean, kickboxing not as much, but it's kind of become that way after a while. Um, but like, you know, when it comes to MMA guys, we're a lot easier on each other in sparring, you know. So going 6 rounds with Pereira is like, all right, yeah. I mean, that's really cool. You got some working with Alex Pereira, cool, you know. But chances are Alex wasn't trying to absolutely murder him. Especially because Alex, I'm pretty sure, is like, that dude's like 220 to 230 pounds, sometime, probably even more, right? Because he's like 6'4", and he's fucking wide, dude. He's like huge, you know? Oh, man. Alright. Now we gotta deal with more bullshit. We're sitting here waiting for them for the next fight to come on. Instead, they're gonna go to random UK celebrities nobody gives a fuck about. You know. Bilal Muhammad is John Fitch 1.5. You better hope he never gets his hands on the welterweight title. I don't know who John Fitch is. I'm simultaneously very fight literate while being very fight illiterate, because at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter to me that much if I know of like every little guy, you know. So yeah, there's that. There's that. Oh, excuse me. This is one, like, the UFC doesn't do this the exact same way. They do it, but they don't do it the exact same way. But I really can't stand that we're sitting here watching these fucking people that nobody cares about. I don't know that guy's name. The dude on the left. I don't know that guy's name. I've never known his name. I never will know his name. To me, he's just the annoying guy, right? And nothing against him personally. I'll bet he's a nice guy. I bet he's a cool guy, right? But I'm not here to see advertisements. I'm not here to see any of this shit. I'm here to see the fights. All right? I don't care about Under Armour UK protecting the domain, protecting the castle, whatever you guys do over there, right? There's a reason we fought to get away from you. All right? Cuz we don't want to do any of that dumb shit. All right? Fuck him. No, but like it's just annoying how much stalling they do, you know? I'm pretty sure Logan versus Dillon is up next, you know, and I just want to get to it. I want to get to it, damn it. Hold on one sec. I'm just checking something real quick. There we go. Sorry, I was just checking something real quick. Boxing production drives me insane. Oh yeah, it's so bad, you know? And it's because they're trying to fit in as many advertisements as they can, you know? And then they're also trying to, because it's DAZN and they have a ton of different promotions and things like that they do. They're trying to promote a bunch of other stuff at the same time as well, you know? Because DAZN, like the UFC is the UFC, that's it. They're not promoting anything other than the UFC. DAZN, though, DAZN is going to have their other boxing stuff that they're going to try and promote, right? They had Tyson Fury on, right? Because they wanted to promote the Fury versus Ngannou fight, right? Excuse me. It's just like, dude, you know. Yeah, exactly. Like real boxing is even worse. Fight starts at 8 p.m. Main fight on at 1 a.m. Yeah, it's so terrible. You know. Um. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, and then on top of that, they're also stalling because they want to give the guys as much time as they can to get in place and to do their little dumb walkouts and shit like that. Um, it. Wow, you guys have NFL Game Pass commercials in England, in the UK. That's pretty crazy to think about that you guys really would have that, you know. Whatever though. Yeah, there's mad fucking ads right now. It's so awful, dude. Um Excuse me. Um if Colby wins, it's going to be Sean, Colby, John, O'Malley, four American fighters and interesting and entertaining. Leon never heard Leon. You mean to say you've never heard about Leon at all as champ? Even and as a champ, even Usman was more interesting. Um, this is why I love MMA over boxing. Crawford versus Errol, Manny versus Floyd. Years. Meanwhile, Volk and Usman stepping up on 10 days' notice at championship level. Oh yeah, you know MMA guys are a lot more game than boxers are. Boxing is not what it used to be. And you can see in the way that the fighters are. They don't like the top guys don't want to fight each other. That's not what they do in boxing anymore. They don't want to fight. They don't want to unify titles. They want to have half of the amount of titles that are actually out there. Meanwhile, some other guy has the other half, and they both want to be like, I'm the greatest. And it's like, no, you're not. There's another guy with the belts that you're supposed to have to be able to even start thinking about the idea of calling yourself the greatest. So shut your mouth. But of course, they're not going to do that because you're always going to promote above what you actually are. You're never going to sit here and be like, oh, well, I'm pretty good. You're going to be like, I'm great. It's just so stupid. You know? Yeah, and this is what I'm talking about right here. They're taking extra time to promote all these other fights that nobody really even cares about. You know? That's very wow, this guy ain't doing too good of a job. It seems like this guy just got told something that he doesn't know how to handle. He's like, "Hello everyone, how are you?" Up next we have Logan Paul. It sounds like he was just told that Logan and Dillon aren't going to be fighting, but like to just act natural and go with the flow, and they forgot to take that thing down. So he's like, what's going on, everybody? How are you? Logan and Dillon, yes, over to these people. It's just funny to see. But this is the moment we've really all been waiting for, if we're being honest here. Like KSI versus Tommy Fury. Like I'm not saying it's going to be a bad fight. I'm just saying that like people don't care about it as much as Dillon and Logan. This is really, these guys are really the stars of the show. And when I say these guys, I really mean Dillon. Um, I'm excited to see how this goes. I'm excited. Oh man. Yeah, this seems like they're stalling, right? It seems like they're stalling. Like the way. First off, what is that? Is that a hotel room they're in? Almost looks like a hotel room. I don't know. They're in like a closet. They couldn't have given him a better. They couldn't have given him a better like dressing room or something like that. That's pretty insane. Um, yeah, I mean Tommy Fury versus KSI isn't that bad. I will say KSI is not that good at promoting fights. He does a little bit too much of the kayfabe thing, right? Dillon and Logan, even if they absolutely positively like were in each other's DMs constantly, like, yo, dude, I'm gonna say this about your wife. and he was like, okay, I'm gonna say this about you, and then my wife is gonna pretend to sue you. Like, even if that was the case, even if that was what was happening, right? Um, like, at least it was fun and entertaining. KSI plays like he's a comic book supervillain a little bit too much, you know, sitting there like like making noise and being like, show me what you got, like weird shit. It's like you're trying too hard. Ola Jide, Ola Tunji. You know, fucking you're trying too hard, bro. You try JJ. Oh, when I think the UFC pacing is annoying, I'm reminded of boxing pacing. I don't mind UFC pacing. I think it's just right. You know, you could maybe make it a little bit shorter, right? But I think it's just right compared to a lot of other pacing and things like that. You know, and boxing pacing is the worst. The worst pacing I have ever seen has to have been the Triller card with jeez, Jake and Ben Askren. Do you guys remember that one? In like, I think it was like 2021. Man, that was awful, bro. I had work the next day. I had to go to work the next day, and I just remember fucking being up till like 3 a.m. Like, dude, I ain't getting into work. I ain't going to fucking work tomorrow. Because they had it on a Sunday. Good going, guys. If I remember correctly, they had it on a Sunday. Maybe I'm wrong. But, yeah, I just remember it was the most inconvenient and the dumbest card that I've ever seen. Because they had a fight, and then they had like a half hour to 45 minutes of like Doja Cat, who I'm a fan of now. Excuse me. No, they had like 30 to 45 minutes of like Ice Cube and Snoop Dogg and E40 and like Justin Bieber and all these other random acts that it's like, yo, like, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world, right? You have a fight or two, and then you have a musical guest perform like 2, maybe 3 songs. You know, Justin Bieber gets on, he sits there, what do you mean? For like fucking 10, maybe 15 minutes tops. I don't think that's a bad thing necessarily. But one fight and then 45 minutes, sometimes even more, of like some stupid shit. It's like, get out of here, dude. No, fuck that, you know? Yeah, the Triller card was more of a concert than a fighting event, says Based Alcatraz. Yes, 100%. You know, Happening News says he felt like he was being punked. Dude, we were being punked. We were all being punked. Ashton Kutcher was sitting there. He just had too many houses. He had too many houses to get to. So we weren't important enough for him to go and make the announcement to. You know, but we were getting punked, you know? Last boxing event I saw, it wasn't even main event, and they sang every fighter's national anthem. Oh, jeez. Oh, man. That sounds awful. You know? That sounds terrible. Sounds terrible. When is the Logan Paul fight? Logan and Dillon are coming up soon. They are the next fight, and you know, we were just talking about it now. It'll probably be in the next 2 to 3 hours, given the amount of ads they want to try and put in there before they actually get the guys outside to do the fucking shit that they came here to do. You know, the one reason I like KSI is because he gave the Candyman a chance. Oh yeah, no, that is really cool on KSI's end. That was really cool of him, you know, because I guarantee you he knew who Sam was, you know. What's going on, John? Are you watching the event? Oh man. Oh yeah, Andy Saint says KSI is cringe. He promotes like he's a top level boxer, talking about legacy. I'm different. He should just be entertaining, not try hard to act like a default top boxer. Exactly. And I think he thinks that is entertaining. I think he thinks that's entertaining when it's really not. Um, I think he thinks that in boxing, in fighting, that's just what you do. You just say I'm the greatest ever for no reason, just cuz, right? But that's not how it works. These guys who are saying they're the greatest ever, they're saying it because there is actually some sort of, I guess you could say, proof, or there is an argument to be made, right? Um, but KSI is not. You know, he's got to switch his shit up. He's got to change up his swag. You know. Happening News says UFC cards don't have a commercial break, followed up with a bunch of filler nonsense, followed by another commercial break. Oh yeah, and not just 2 to 3 commercials. That was like 5 or 6 commercials, followed by these fucking guys who were clearly told, "Hey, we got to stall. Talk about some bullshit." Right? Because that's what that was. How stiff that guy was, how like deflated he was, right? He got something in his earpiece from one of the producers, like, "Hey, we need a little bit more time. You guys, we're gonna cut to you. You're gonna talk about whatever you want to talk about for a little while. All right, and go. All right, that's probably what happened with him, right? What was I gonna say? And then after that, they cut to another 4 to 5 commercials. It's bonkers. It's fucking insane, kid. Jeez. All right, I'm gonna check this shit. You got to know when to hold, know when to fold them, know when to walk away. And it's more filler. It's really more filler, dude. It's more filler. All right, Ariel Helwani is in place, so hopefully that means something's gonna actually happen right about now. This dude needs to get the hell out of here. He needs to fuck off and never come back. Nah, I'm sure he's a nice guy. Scott, would you fight Steven Seagal? Oh yeah, of course. I'd fight Steven Seagal just to say that I did. I'd let him win if it came down to it. If he was like, "Yes, I'll fight you, but only if you let me win," I'd be like, "All right, sure." I'd love to be able to say I fought Steven Seagal. I don't care, you know. He'd try and get that Aikido shit, and I'd oversell it. I'd oversell the Aikido shit. He'd like grab my hand and he'd be like, "Whoa," and I'd be like, "Whoa!" I'd be like that. I'd hit the ground and I'd start like flopping around like a fish. You know, that'd be crazy. All right. Let's get this party started. He's saying that because they probably didn't pay him enough to say let's get ready to rumble. You know, that's his he has that phrase copyrighted. Fucking and literally if you want him to show up, it's this much. If you want him to say let's get ready to rumble, it's this much, you know. So they were probably like, yeah, we don't got that much money. Either that, or what's happening is, since this is technically the co-main, right? They're gonna save "Let's Get Ready to Rumble" for JJ and Tommy. And here we have Logan Paul doing his fucking product placement bullshit constantly. There's not a single second where he can't be shouting out Prime. I just like it's a small detail that I think matters a lot. Like I wish people would be a little bit more creative with the walkout songs that they use. And I don't know if this is a constraint due to like not having the rights to play a song or something like that. Maybe that's what it is, right? But like 50 Cent, There's been more rap that's been released since 2003, right? There's more music than Tool, right? I love Tool, but there's been more music released than just Tool. They're not the only band out there. If it was me and I was fighting around the world, what I would do, honestly, this is something I've actually legitimately thought about. I would want the crowd on my side, and one of the ways you can do that is by understanding or appreciating their music. Especially you go to certain places like Jamaica, Ireland. Like if you play that one song, all of a sudden everyone's like, oh, all right, I think I want that one to win. They're like that. Fucking, I'd probably legit, if they were like, you're gonna be fighting in Algeria, I'd like go to YouTube, I'd be like, Algerian fight song, and I'd just find one that I like, and I'd be like, I'm walking out to this one when I found one, because I would want the Algerians to be like, oh, that guy likes our music? Oh man, that's a cool guy right there, I want him to win. And all of a sudden the crowd wants me, It's nice to have the crowd on your side. It's nice to feel the positive energy. But here comes Mr. Danis. Here comes Dillon Danis. Would you fall down, stand back up, and do a backflip and fall again? Dude, I would if I was fighting Steven Seagal. And the thing is, Steven Seagal would go with it, too, because that's the type of dude he is. He'd go with it, and he'd be like, oh, yes, that sometimes can happen when you hit somebody with a very advanced Aikido move. They start to lose control, and they start doing acrobatics on their own without realizing or wanting to. Like, that's what would happen. I hope Mike Perry jumps out instead of Dillon. I hope Mike Perry jumps into the ring and just starts beating the shit out of everybody he can before he gets taken down. That'd be the most hilarious shit. This fight, as soon as the first bell hits, they're like, all right, here we go. It's time. Ding. You just see Mike Perry jump the ropes and just starch the closest guy. If I ever became a pro boxer, I'm playing Blade for my walkout music. I don't know what song you're referring to. Is the song called Blade, or is it like music from the Blade movie? I'm curious. You ever see that clip of Mike Perry coming out to the Beyonce Halo when it was supposed to be? Yes, I did. Mike Perry's such a fun guy. He's one of those guys you can't help but love, No, it's the name of a rapper. Ah, okay, I'll have to look him up then. What are they playing? The national anthem? Oh, yeah. The Brits are fucking booing. Yeah, I'd be upset too if you beat the shit out of us. Too bad we only beat the shit out of you. Even the war... You Brits got your asses beat. You got kicked out of the continent completely, right? And then you came back, like not even 50 years later, and you still couldn't do anything about it? Fucking, we fucked you up, They hold on to the burning of DC, because the Canadian regiments, we felt bad for them, so we were like, we treated them like the special needs kid in a football game. We're like, all right, okay, maybe we let them have a little bit, all right, maybe they come into DC, they burn it, kick them out shortly after, let's let them feel good about themselves, all right, we'll do something nice for them, right? That's what that was. But the British, they couldn't even take us back over later, because that's what that was. They wanted to take us over. They'll try and play it off like, oh no, we just it wasn't that, it was this. And actually, you guys are the reason we got into the War of 1812. Yeah, that's it. But no, like, they wanted to harass us into a war where they could then take us over. Like, that's what it was. Fucking, nobody can tell me otherwise. I won't believe you if you tell me. Fucking, there's no other explanation for it. It'd be one thing if it was like the War of 1860, right? The War of 1900. That'd be one thing. Because by then they're like, all right, so this America thing is pretty well established by now. I think we should probably just deal with them and allow them to be their own thing, right? But no, 17 the 1780s, I believe it was, when we kind of became a country, right? That's 1780, 90, 1800, 1810. That's less than a generation. That's less than a generation. The people who fought in the Revolutionary War, some of them, in fact, a great deal of them, very well could have been alive for the War of 1812. They probably were, right? I'm saying could have probably because I'm not an expert on that part of American history, right? Like, there's no way in hell they weren't thinking, oh hey, let's take over America again. We'll use Canada as a jump off, and we'll also send our navy to try and take out their coast, and we'll take them over, and they'll be Canada too, I wouldn't believe you if you tried to tell me anything otherwise. Finn's always lost, and we still talk shit. Yeah, it's fun to talk shit. Puerto Rico. He doesn't have any boxing accolades, so they have to be like Bruce Buffer has to be like a professional dick sucker, world record for most sperm drank in one evening. He has to be like that. Jeez, Dillon's 195. He doesn't look 195. He looks like 170. I forget if they've showed a tail of the tape yet. I want to see how tall Dillon is because 195 pounds seems like he doesn't seem like he's that weight. There's a chance that he put weights in his pocket. That's literally a thing that you'll see is dudes will put weights in their pockets. They don't check your pockets or anything like that, You can hop on with all of your clothing on if you want. You're allowed to do that. So here's Logan, What are they putting they slip in some they trying to slip some plaster inside the gloves. I can't hear what they're saying to each other. I'm curious what they're saying. Touch him up. He's just like, nah, I'm out of here. Oh, man. Dillon Danis is just such a funny looking dude. He's just sort of a he's got a certain look to him that's just sort of interesting. It's kind of funny. All right, so here we go. Round one of how many? I forget. All right, so Dillon, hands up. That's good. None of those ended up landing. Those punches to the body, though, those will add up, Especially because if he's just going to sit there like that, which I know he's not just going to do that. He's going to get active in some way. Those punches to the body will add up, And, I mean, that's the smart thing to do on Logan's end is to just go where his arms are not. Here we have Dillon trying to turn it into a street fight. Dillon looks all right. I didn't know he was a lefty either. He's got the Philly shell with the elbow forward. That's funny. I want to see if he uses that more. So right now, Dillon's probably going to give him the first round just to see what he's got, and also to let him get a little bit tired. Logan, it's funny. Like I know Logan's been spending his time I know Logan's been spending his time on WWE shit less than boxing, right? But like he looks really he just doesn't look that good, if I'm being honest with you. He's throwing and he's dropping his hands. You can see his hands are low as hell. He's gonna get bopped, right? Dillon's lining. You can see Dillon's lining him up right now. He's gonna wait. He's gonna wait, and then bang, he's gonna let him have it after one of those lazy little fucking flurries, you know? Yeah, any second. Oh man, it almost happened. If he was just a little bit more patient, he would have ended up landing that, and that probably would have actually really hurt Logan. Oh, there it is. Nice jab from Dillon. So really, he's just pressuring forward right now. He's just pressuring forward. He's not too active, but you know when he is active, it's smart. He's fighting smart right now, which is good. You know, I'm curious as to how this is gonna play out as time goes on. There's Logan going to the body again. Ooh, that looked like it kind of slipped through the guard a little bit. I don't think it landed completely. Talking about Logan throwing a cross up the middle. He's oh man, he's doing the elbow guard thing. I want to see him use that to effect. You know that I really want to see him use that to effect. That'd be really cool to see Dillon use the elbow block. You know, elbow blocking is very underrated. It's kind of like an old style thing. You know. Oh, that looked like it got through. And Dillon ends up returning, but it ends up missing. I don't think either of those ended up landing. So I mean, I think it goes without saying that was Logan's round. But the thing is, it was only Logan's round because Logan was more active. Most of the punches didn't land. I do want to see Logan work the body. I want to see him be a little bit smarter about working the body, though, because it's like I said, he just sits there, right, trying to back up to see if I can get more. His hands are here. He throws, he drops. He throws, he drops. And then sometimes he's just sitting there with his hands down. And if Dillon keeps on walking forward, Logan's going to get tired of it, right? And he's going to start throwing, right? And then his hands are going to be left down, right? Dillon, if he's able to get into range, he should wait until that ends up happening, and then he should bang, let him have it. And we will see a knockout if that happens, you know? I don't think Logan's going to I don't know how Logan's chin is regardless of that though. You can only do so much, you know? Got a couple of ring girls. You see, and that's what see Logan's whatever it's called. Logan's corner is aware of the game, you know. It should be obvious, but Logan seems to really be kind of letting him have it. See, I will say that he knows that he just has to outpoint Dillon right now. So he's not throwing as hard as he could, which means he's not going to be expending as much energy, but he's still expending a ton of energy. So Dillon ends up batting the hand down and he tries to go over, but Logan ends up you know, ducking and clinching. Jab to the body from Logan. Another jab to the body from Logan. Again, going to the body, but his hands are low. Every time he throws a punch, and I can't fucking believe it. Like every time he throws a punch, his hands are just down. Like it is insane. I almost want to see Logan get knocked out just because I hate seeing how he throws his punches and then just his hands go down. It's so fucking frustrating to see, you know? And I do, especially if that happens, especially if Dillon keeps following him into a corner and things like that, I do think there will be at least a knockdown. You know, if Dillon ends up opening up, you know? He's just got to open up, though. He could have opened up by now. Maybe that's just part of what he's trying to do, right? Maybe he's just letting Logan punch himself out, and then maybe the next a nice slapping hook landed for Dillon. Maybe he's just letting Logan punch himself out, and then in the next round, or maybe even round 4, although the next round would be a better time to do it, he's going to end up opening up, right? Maybe that's what's going to end up happening. Who knows? But, you know, right now, I'm not hating what I'm seeing. I'm just aware of the fact that Logan is indeed winning. You know, there's, you know, it is what it is. AB, no problem, dude. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate you guys being here for this, you know? You got Ariel Helwani. Like, it's kind of a brilliant game plan. Ooh, that left hook came over the top and, you know, it ended up hitting him. I don't think he's hurt. I think he just doesn't want to be there right now. And you see, all Dillon has to do is weather this storm, and Logan is going to be very tired. Yeah. Oh man. I think this is probably playing into to Dillon's game plan a little bit. All Dillon has to do is play into this is you know, just basically let him tee off and do just enough as to where the referee is not going to call a standing 8 or a stoppage, right? And Logan is going to be tired, and that's what just happened. He ended up weathering the storm for the last 30 to 45 seconds. And now Dillon is going to be a lot more tired. And it's all because he thought he smelled blood when I don't think he actually did. I don't think he wobbled Dillon as much as he did just kind of knock him off balance. And then Dillon just didn't feel like being there right in that second. So he just tried to get out, you know. A lot of those punches didn't even actually land. I will say, though, right, like, if my hands are up here, right, and you hit me here, I still feel it. It's just not as bad, right? It's not fun to be in that situation. That looked kind of like a bit of a low blow there. That first hook to the body. Oh, that punch landed. That one did not. That one did not. That one did. That one, nope. Kind of. So I mean, again, it's you know, 10-9 Dillon. Geez, 10-9 Dillon. 10-9 Logan. You know, just estimation here. You know, I think here is where we're probably going to see Dillon open up a little bit more. And if not, then I got to kind of wonder what the hell he's doing here in the first place if he didn't come to actually fight, you know? I want to see Dillon walk Logan into the corner. See, there we go. We have a jab. That's probably the first jab that he's thrown. Another jab. You see, he is opening up a little bit now, right? You can see he's starting to open up a little bit. You know, from the first 10 or so seconds anyway, it seems that way. So what I want to see is basically more of the same from Dillon, except he's got to open up when he walks, Logan back into the corner, right? I thought Logan was walking into the corner himself. I was like, Logan, what are you doing, dude? So that looked like the jab landed. So neither of those landed from Logan. See, overall, like, Dillon, he's losing, but if he implements the game plan that he seems to have the way that I think he can and will, then he's going to be in really good shape. What I want to see him do is continue to walk Logan back, and when he ends up against the ropes or in the corner, I want to see him really open up, you know? I want to see him wait for Logan to throw from the corner, and then bang, just left hook or overhand right. Just like right there, right? You see what I'm talking about this whole time? See, what I was talking about this whole time is Logan throws and then his hands are down, right? If Dillon can get him to do that in the corner like he just did, and he can really go at it, then we're going to see a knockdown and potentially even a KO on Logan's end, you know? He really just fucking, he just pulled fucking guard. That's hilarious, bro. He should have been, he has to be really careful of that, because if he got punched and then he pulled guard too soon, he would have, oh, there it is. You see, Dillon is starting to become a little bit more active. But yeah, if Dillon pulled guard too soon after getting punched, that would have been classified as a knockdown, even if it was clear that he was, like, just sitting down, you know? Man, you see, Logan's being a little bit more active. Dillon's got to stop messing around, because the thing is, this is a very close round. I think Dillon has the capacity to take it, but it's really going to come down to who's more active in the end right now, you know? If Dillon's just going to sit there and allow Logan to throw whenever he feels like, then he's going to end up winning, even if the punches don't land, you know? Dude, he really should have pursued there. See, we're at a point now where Dillon is not opening up enough. He needs to open up more. He really should have pursued, and he really should have made Logan pay for that sloppy shit. You know, Logan just took a big sloppy shit right in front of Dillon, and Dillon should have taken him and jammed his nose into it. I wouldn't say it's a dominating round. I'd say that he's just working a little bit harder than Dillon was, you know? Overall, like, you know, it's kind of, it is a little bit disappointing. You know, it is a little bit disappointing, but it is what it is, you know? Hopefully he opens up a little bit more, right? Hopefully he opens up a little bit more when round 4 and 5 comes. But we're gonna have to wait and see. Yeah, Tan Halen, they're fighting next. We're currently in the middle of Logan Paul versus Dillon Danis. You know, as Theo Hancock said, they are going to be fighting after this one. Bro did the jiu-jitsu taunt. Yeah. It's kind of hard to make that a taunt, though. You pulled guard. You sat down, hit your back, and then lifted your legs up in the air like you were waiting to receive him. Like, that's... You know, I know... Look, Dillon, as a jiu-jitsu guy, I know you know what that was. But to anybody who doesn't know jiu-jitsu, they think that means something else, dude. Oh, man. Dillon Danis coming out, opening up more, I guess. Oh, there it is. You get your right hook over the... Logan throws a jab. Dillon comes with a right hook over the top. See, this is what I wanted to see in the last round. Though, I mean, it's only 10 seconds into the round. We're going to have to see if he actually opens up. He really needed to take round 3, because if there is no KO on Dillon's part, then, yeah, chances are he's going to end up losing. Right? Even if he takes 4 and 5, round 3 could have gone either way, and I could see them giving it to Logan, right? For more than one reason. Oh, wait, how many? Oh, no, it's 6. It's a 6-round fight. Oh, all right, never mind. No, it's a I didn't realize it was a 6-round fight. I figured it was a 5er. All right, well, you know, Dillon's still in it in the way that I didn't think he was. But he seems as though he's just a little bit too tentative still to this point. You know, we're about halfway through the round, and he landed the biggest punches of the fight yet. A couple of right hooks, excuse me. I keep forgetting that Dillon's a lefty. Seems like there was a low blow that he warned him about. See, Dillon's got to get active now. He's got the center of the ring. Logan is literally... See, that's what he should be doing. He should be doing more of that. He should be pushing Logan against the ropes. And when Logan goes square, right, when he gets out of his stance to try and go, he should be attacking then, right? He's doing a good job of walking him down. It's just that Logan is the one who's active. You know, it's not Dillon who's active. Dillon needs to be more active. Looping right hook, Logan ends up seeing from a mile away. Exactly. Helwani said Dillon needs to start taking some chances. At least I think it was Helwani. And yeah, I agree 100%, you know. Like, I'll be honest with you. I wouldn't mind seeing Dillon win, you know. It'd be fun to see him win. But the way he's fighting right now, he's not fighting like he wants to win. He's fighting like he just doesn't want to lose. And those are two different things, you know. Hope we get some ear biting. That'd be hilarious. Dillon just bites his ear. Or better yet, Logan, who's winning right now, mind you, just gets so fucking mad. He's like, oh, that's it. And he just chomps on the ear. All right, so that's round 3 of 6. Again, I thought it was a 5er. I thought it was a 5-round fight. I had no idea. Torture Room. Very, very interesting name there. Right now, I would say that Logan is winning, right? At the very least, it's 3 rounds to 1, right? But there is a pretty good chance that it's 4 rounds to none as well, you know? We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna see. Hopefully, Dillon ends up getting on his horse, and hopefully he ends up, uh, hopefully he does something good. Because even if he loses, like if he does a good enough job, he's gonna keep that respect that people are giving him currently, right? Um, and in addition to that, it's fun to see good fights. Um, I'm pretty sure I saw Jake trying to tell Logan something. It's like Jake should not be saying shit in the corner. He should be there for moral support to say, "Hey, good job, big bro." You should not be trying to hand out fucking advice, you know? That is ridiculous. If he was trying to be like, "You should do this." See, fights like this are frustrating because like you see a lot of punches that don't actually land. The only punch the only punches that landed there were the body shots. So like he threw one, two, and then three. Only one out of three of those punches landed. Ooh, okay. Basically, people win off of punches that didn't actually fucking land in scenarios like this, and it's kind of frustrating to see. You know. See, when Dillon moves forward, Logan runs away, and he runs away not knowing or caring what's behind him. You know, he circles out a little bit, but he circles so wide that he's going to end up against the ropes. You know, that's kind of a problem that I have to a degree, right? Um, it is what it is. Oh, there it is. Oh man, there, yeah. I thought I thought that hurt him more than it did, but you saw a left hook, right? He ends up throwing a rear hook, and it ended up catching Logan. That was a really good thing. I thought the way Logan reacted immediately, I was like, oh man, he's wobbled, but nah, he wasn't. I think it looked worse than it actually was, but that was a good punch. I'd be a little bit more comfortable giving this round to Dillon right now. What he's landing is it seems a little bit more than what Logan is landing, but it's whatever, you know. It's a little bit disappointing. I'm not gonna lie. This is the one I was the most excited for, and oh, hook comes up top. It almost lands. This is the one I was the most excited for, and it's like I said, Dillon is fighting not to win, but to just not lose, you know? And because of that, he's not taking chances. He literally had him in the corner the whole fucking time. Like the whole, like, 5 to 7 seconds that it took for the bell to ring. And he just sat there, and he didn't do anything, you know? Yeah, you can see his corner like, yo, get your shit together, dude. Man. Anyway, yeah, I mean, it's whatever, you know. Maybe Dillon will come alive now, but I have a feeling he probably won't. I think if he was gonna come alive, it would have come earlier, you know. Um, it definitely would have come by now. So it is what it is. But this is the fight that I was the most excited for. You know, to tell you the truth, I didn't really care that much about Tommy Fury and KSI. This is the fight that I was like, all right, maybe I'll stream today, and here it is. Here we are. You know. Let's go ahead and see if Dillon can pull this out of his ass, though. You know. I will say that Logan was supposed to absolutely kill this guy, and he hasn't been doing that thus far. You know. So I'm not trying to be like, well, it's a moral victory for Dillon. Nah, I just think that even if Logan wins, that guy still embarrassed the shit out of you and your wife. You know? Like, you didn't really beat his ass in the way that you said you were gonna. You know? Dude, it's so crazy. Like, it's just so crazy to see the way that Logan fights. And, like, it's easy for someone sitting at home to be like, dude, if he did that to me. But it's like, no, like, the way Logan fights is so fucked up that it's like, if he did do that to me, if he did that to anybody with more than a year of training, he would be on the fucking ground, you know? And it almost paid off there for Dillon, you know? He did what he should have been doing right there. He did what he should have been doing this whole fight, which is when Logan goes to the body, he goes up top. He shot in for a takedown? Did he shoot in for a takedown or did he get knocked down? I couldn't see. I just saw he dropped the level. Okay. I'm I'm still not exactly sure what happened. He legit shot in for the takedown. Oh man. People are really cheering for fucking Logan. Oh, you see, I like that from Logan. He ended up peeling the hand off, right? He peeled the hand off and he threw a hook. That was a pretty good idea, and he could have been using that the whole fight, but he just didn't bother, you know? Make Me Mad says Nate's guillotine was better, but I appreciate the effort. Yeah. You know, not everybody can be Nate Diaz. Are you guys ahead of me? Are you guys ahead of me? Don't spoil it for me, all right? Don't spoil it. Oh wow. Oh man. Yo. Holy shit, dude. Oh man, that's fucking hilarious. Oh man, mid fight riot. Usually those happen at the end of the fights. That's hilarious, bro. Where's Gordon Ryan? I thought Gordon Ryan was here to do some steroid jujitsu. That's not an easy win for Logan Paul, though. That should literally be a DQ. Like, it's one thing shooting in for the takedown, right? That's not acceptable, and I wouldn't have blamed the referee for calling that a disqualification. But that shit right there, he literally took a swing at a dude who was on the ground. Chase Demore got suspended for 2 years under some kind of promotion or sanctioning body or something like that. He got a 2 year suspension for the same thing, right? Logan should actually be disqualified right now if we're gonna be lawful good about it, right? Now me, you know, whatever. But if we're being real about it, right? Technically, he should be disqualified right now. There is no win. I don't think he realizes that what he did was like so extremely against the rules that fucking, you don't like people get banned for life for that kind of thing, you know. I also think it's funny how Logan needs so many fucking guys to make sure he's safe. You know, it really just shows you the type of guy he is. But anyway, well, now he lost and got disqualified. I hope, all right? I hope you're not spoiling it for me. All right? I hope that's not what actually happened. But like, if we're being honest here, yeah. Logan Paul did something he was absolutely positively not supposed to do. It's a cardinal sin of boxing. You don't hit somebody when they're on the fucking ground. You know? Fucking you could even argue in favor of shooting in for the takedown, right? You could say he slipped and meaning Dillon. You could say Dillon Danis slipped and what's it called? You could say Dillon Danis slipped, and when he slipped, he just kind of went into muscle memory, and that just happens to be shooting in for a takedown, right? I'm not saying it's okay, and I wouldn't have blamed the referee for disqualifying Dillon, right? But he didn't disqualify him. That though, right? Taking him down to the ground and then trying to throw a fucking punch afterwards. No. Like, oh man, dude, he shot in for the takedown and he couldn't fucking finish it. Dillon, what are you doing, bro? You should have had that. Anyway, yeah, like, let's see this, right? Okay, so he falls. Yeah, he falls, and then Logan ends up throwing a fucking punch, right? So you could also try and argue that when Dillon got up and started trying to go after Logan, it just becomes a shit show, and it's like, whatever, right? But you would basically have to rule it a no contest when it comes down to it, right? You, like, the way I see this, it should be ruled as a no contest. It just kind of is what it is. They'll probably end up awarding it to Paul, right? They'll probably be like, you won just because, all right, peace out. You know, they'll probably end up doing it that way. This is pretty hilarious, though. Given Logan Paul has a good wrestling background, yeah, he does, but he wasn't expecting an actual takedown, right? Anyway, he shot in for a double, right? And he could have transitioned to, hold on. We have... No, that's bullshit. Logan's the one who threw the punch. It's whatever, though. So, Logan wins by disqualification. I figured they were just going to call the scorecards. I figured they were just going to ignore it and be like, all right, we're done. Scorecards. Like, that would have been more acceptable than saying, oh, Dillon's disqualified because you threw a punch at him. Therefore, you win. That's bullshit, you know? That's fucking bullshit. But, you know, it's Logan Paul. This is KSI's little fucking thing. So, you know, you're gonna have these little interesting fucking situations and stuff like that. But if this was like a good, if the sanctioning body was a good sanctioning body, fucking, then they would have called that a no contest. They would have been like, look, it's a disqualification on both of their parts. All right, fucking. There's nobody we could, in good faith, declare the winner. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna fucking be like, hey, fuck it. You know, like, we're getting out of here. Both of you, get out of here. How's other people's dicks taste, fucking Logan? You shithead. See, it's like I said. It's like I said about you know, the referee a few fights back. I don't like seeing bullshit. I'm not like upset that Logan Paul won, right? It would have been nice to see Dillon Danis win, right? It would have been interesting. But like, you got this fucking weirdo who, like, Dominator, just like he said, sorry he missed the hammer fist. Sorry he didn't end up successfully breaking the rules. Sorry that when he tried to break the rules, he missed with the illegal strike that he threw at somebody who was on the ground. Sorry about that. Anyway, I'm the winner. Like, I just don't like bullshit, you know? And this is bullshit. Logan Paul is a bullshitter, you know? This is fucking stupid, you know? Sean says, Logan Paul, please leave us people alone. We don't want to hear you or see you. Yeah. Thank God for having your stream to watch instead of that match. Thank you, Petro. I really appreciate that. Trying to make sure I don't miss anything good. Yeah, Happening News says at least the end was funny. Yeah, that is pretty funny. You know, it was pretty funny. I'm gonna make an angry tweet about this. I'm mad. I'm upset. I'm making an angry tweet. That's it. I've had it. That's the final straw. Oh, Danny J. Bauer says, thanks for the coverage, Scott. Thank you for the $10, Danny. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. One sec. I'm finishing my angry tweet. Oh, boxing. I thought he said Boston. I was like, what? He's going to be in Boston?
Perhaps if, in the main event, Tommy Fury beats KSI, I don't want to put that out there, but are you interested in perhaps fighting him if he wins tonight?
All right. Angry tweet sent.
There's fucking two of me, and I got someone with Tommy Fury's number right next to me.
These guys are so cringe. Like this is Logan and Jake, right? Logan and Jake are very they're very similar to KSI when it comes to promoting tweets and things like that. By the way, Danny, again, thank you for the $10. All right, I'm still getting used to reading super chats. I don't know the best way to read them, so I read the chat and then I'm like, thanks for the blah blah blah. But yeah, thank you very much for that. What was I gonna say? Yeah, like Logan and Jake are both. They're just like not good at hyping fights. They're just really not. Oh, and there it is. There it is. For some reason, it's really far behind. The notification is really far behind, and I have no idea why. I should try and fix that. Thank you, Danny J. Bauer, for the $10. We just, you guys, yeah, all right, okay, guys, all right, get off Dillon's dick. Mr. 619. But yeah, these guys are hold on, what? Oh, I was gonna say these guys are a little bit too much. These guys are a little bit too pro wrestling in the way that they do things, and it's not only very cringe, but it's kind of boring. Like Jake was not funny. He was not like charming. He was not interesting in his little I'm gonna come for Tommy Fury thing. I don't want to see that. Who do you think will win, Fury or KSI? I mean, smart money is on KSI. Whenever somebody asks me who I think is going to win, I try to avoid saying it's going to be this guy. I just say where I think the smart money is, right? Anyway. All right, so now we got another 20 to 30 minutes of stalling before they get the main event up. All right. Here we go. Really taking their fucking time, aren't they? Whatever. I can't believe Dillon did so bad. He didn't even try. Yeah, that's kind of the issue. It's not even that he necessarily did bad. It's that he just legit did not try, Like, his defense was actually pretty good, Pretty good, right? But he just didn't try in the way that he needed to, It's like I said, he was trying to just not lose. And if all you're trying to do is not lose, then you're never going to win. Right? You're like, it's kind of a binary. It's a binary. You either win or you lose, right? That's just how it is. There is no, oh well, I tried not to lose. No, you fucking lost, right? If you didn't lose, you won. That's just how it is. And a lot of people go into these situations with mindsets where they're like, they get so worried about certain things potentially happening that they're like, okay, I just don't want to get knocked out. I don't want this to happen. I don't want that to happen. I don't want that to happen. And because of that, they don't take chances that they should take. There were so many chances that if Dillon Danis took, this fight would have been different. Whether it ended up going all 6 rounds or if he ended up KOing Logan Paul. And I do think he could have knocked Logan Paul out. I really do. But, you know, he didn't show up to win. He wasn't playing to win, bottom line. Logan also needed 15 security guards who entered the ring twice before it was over. Yeah, they entered the ring twice and fucking, they're like mad at fucking, what's his face? Fucking, Dillon. Like, it's just, this whole event, you know, they've just been being unfair to Dillon, if we're just being honest about it, right? Fucking, he shot in for a takedown. It's not like he pulled a fucking gun. Why is his security jumping up there like they have anything to fucking do or say in that situation? Like, you guys are hired to get shot. You guys are hired so that if somebody comes out the cut with a knife, you jump in between the money man, aka Logan Paul, and the knife guy, and potentially take a fucking knife to the stomach or some other place. That's what security is. That's why they do big guys in security. It's not just because, like, oh, big guys are tough. It's not because they're scary, though it partially is just a little bit, right? But what it really is about is that a big guy is going to be able to catch a bullet and survive easier than a small guy, you know? You could have Mighty Mouse, right? Demetrius Johnson would not be able to get hired by a private security firm, right? It would not be a thing because they'd be like, yo, dude, if you got stabbed, you'd die. You know, we need somebody who's bigger and fatter, you know? Get a little bit more meat on your bones, grow like 3 or 4 feet, and come back and talk to us, you know? But like, those security guards were trying a little bit too hard. Your boss is in the middle of a fight. And when fight shit happened, you're like, oh, we gotta go. It's like, no, get the fuck out of here, you know? Luna says, oh, jeez. You know who's calling me right now? Hold on. Hello? Yo, John, I Massachusetts law dictates that I have to let you know you're on stream right now.
Okay, that's okay.
All right, cool. Who do I think is going to win the fight? I mean, I think Tommy Fury is probably the guy that if I was a betting man, I'd bet on, you know? Stranger things have happened, but, you know, Tommy Fury is an actual boxer, you know? KSI, not that he hasn't been doing boxing, not that he isn't a real boxer. He's just not a real boxer in the way that what's his face? What's that?
He hasn't been doing boxing nearly as long as Tommy.
Oh yeah, no. Like Tommy is from a gypsy family. You know, that's
shit, a gypsy. Dude, that gives it away by itself.
yeah, that's what they that's what they do. You know, they're fighting each other in the crib.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Tommy has to win. It's impossible for him not to, I feel like.
Was that?
I feel like it's impossible for Tommy not to win at that point.
Yeah. I mean, it's like I said, stranger things have happened. But if I was gonna put money down, I'd probably put it on Tommy. Although, if any of you are gonna put money down because of what I just said, you probably shouldn't, because I'm not a professional sports betting guy. Don't blame me if you lose your money, okay?
Who do you think is going to win against her? Do you think Logan or Dillon is going to win?
Oh, dude, you didn't see what just happened?
No, I didn't.
Dude, fucking Dillon was losing the entire fight, and then there was a disqualification at the end of round 6 because Dillon ended up falling over, and Logan tried to hammer fist him, and Dillon started throwing up kicks, and then he got up and he started trying to go after Logan. So they DQ'd him, and they declared Logan the winner.
Are you kidding?
Dude, nah.
Oh, oh that sucks.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Well, it happened though.
Damn. Well, better luck next time. Yeah, I really want to see Logan just get his ass kicked at some point.
Yeah, it would be good, you know. And I think Dillon could have done it, but he didn't show up to win. You know, I've been saying it for the last like 5 to 10 minutes on the stream, you know, but like it's you know, he didn't do everything that he could have and should have done, you know?
Yeah. Most definitely.
Hell yeah, man.
Okay, well, I'm gonna let you go. Talk to you later, Scott.
All right, good to talk to you, John. Peace. I wanted to show you guys he was calling, but I was like, nah, I don't want to potentially leak his number. But actually, now that I think of it, I'm pretty sure his number is out there because he gives out the business cards, you know? Oh, excuse me. Whole stadium singing Wonderwall. You're my fucking bitch. I was here when John found out. Shrewman says, yeah, honestly, they start fighting at 6 illegal fighting arenas and that. Yeah, there's I think somewhere in Ireland, right? That's where the gypsy boxing is like big, is in Ireland. Fucking, it's like especially big there. Fucking, the lore behind it is that they stole a bunch of rebar and shit like that, and they made a fucking ring out of rebar on concrete. It's concrete floor, and then there's just rebar and shit like sticking out, and then there's like, you know, basically like a cage without the top, you know? Well, that's most MMA cages actually, but you get the idea. Yeah, you want to turn it on? Go ahead. Did you get my text?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Anyway, it happens down the road from me, dude. Really, is it the thing? The what I was just describing? The stolen rebar ring? That'd be pretty crazy if it was. I'd like to get an interview with one of those guys. That I feel like that'd be good. But the thing is, gypsies are notoriously insular. You know, they might not trust me to spill their secrets. You know, not that we don't already know their secrets. It's just fucking, you know, run around in a fucking RV. Oh shit. All right, of course we gotta do the dancing. Suck my dick. Who the people are texting me? Oh no, it's my dad sending me a million things that I've probably already seen. My dad and I we're getting into ancestry and shit like that. And fucking, what was I gonna say? You know, I keep finding new shit, and then like a week later he'll send me the same thing that I found. Yeah, it's rough here. Yeah, well, if you don't mind saying, Shrewman, if you don't want to say it's cool, where in Ireland are you from? I'm trying to track down as much information about my ancestors as I can. You know, since I happen to be talking about ancestry, I traced my great grandfather back to Knockaderry, Ireland, in like the southern the southern and the southern part of Limerick. Though, like, I'm not 100% sure if he's from Knockaderry or if he's from one of the surrounding communities, because he just got baptized at the church in Knockaderry. Fucking, which Ireland has such hilarious names. There's a place on the Barra Peninsula, if I remember correctly, called Dingle. Crossmaglen is a funny one. Knockaderry, obviously. What the fuck is this, bro? What the fuck is going on, bro? JJ. Stop it, bro. Stop it. Is that a fucking gamer chair inside your fake Lambo? You got a gamer chair in your fake Lambo, KSI? Whew. Oh, you're from the UK. Okay. Just families moving from Ireland. I only know because my best mates are from a traveler's background, so they were brought up like you mentioned. Okay, that makes sense. Well, what part of the UK, if you don't mind me asking? If you don't want to say, it's all good. You know, I'm not trying to like pry. I can help you, Scott. I'm Irish, final year history major. Oh, nice. Do you know how to speak Irish? I've been trying to learn fucking, the Munster dialect specifically. I know a little bit, but not enough. You know, I can say like, hello, how are you? I'm good. I can ask for things and I can offer people things. And that's about it. You know, that's all I have. I make my wife say Irish phrases sometimes. Baby.
No.
She's like, no, I'm not doing it. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, I'm not 100%, I mean, I don't know, maybe you know things that I don't. I was actually on the Irish Reddit, right? And I was asking people, like, hey, like, you know, where can I find this information? And people did give me some resources that were kind of interesting, you know? I'm currently kind of looking through those resources. That's what I was doing before I jumped on here a little bit, right? I got home, I had a little bit of time before 3, and I was like, all right, whatever, I'll check those out. You know, it's pretty interesting. Wait, they leaked what in the documentary? AB, they are you talking about the the gypsy fights? They leaked that in the documentary about the gypsy fights. I have fucking I remember I'm sitting here, right? And the thing is, I've always taken pride in my heritage, right? Both the Irish and the Italian, right? I'm not just Irish. I'm fucking a bunch of different things, you know? I have ancestors that were on both sides of one of the battles of the French and Indian War. Literally, like a great, however many times great grandfather was on the British side, and then another one on the French side at the same fucking battle. So they could have shot each other, you know? It's funny to think about. Oh, John's phone number leaked out. Yeah, but I still try to be careful with that kind of stuff, you know, when it comes down to it. Yeah. There is a documentary on gypsy fighting though. Oh man, dude, tell me KSI got out of the fucking car, dude. Tell me he's out of the car by now, at least, bro. All right, good. He's out of the car. Dude, I want to see someone hop out from the stands and just start fucking just elbow drop the hood of the car. Not even like the glass, just the hood. I want to see a giant divot left in the hood. That's what I want to see. Just because I'm like, just this is so unappealing to me what he's doing. It's like, dude. Like he could do it right. He could do it right. He just doesn't. You know? And it's like it sucks because I see the I see the I see the potential. Oh, look, the losers anthem. Ha! They booed the American national anthem, so I'm gonna make fun of the English national anthem. Sorry, Shrewman. Fucking, if this offends you, but they shouldn't have started it. Dude, they picked a really flattering angle of KSI. I I hate it here, buddy. You should get out. England's going down, unfortunately. Fuck it, you gotta go over scripts. Hold on. I'm trying to catch up. Oh yeah, they got. Oh, that was a good one, Truman. I was a little bit late to the game, but that was a good one. Oh man. All right, here we go. Here we go. You know, I'm gonna stand up real quick. Oh man. Oh shit. I gotta stretch out. You know. Baby. Jichut.
No, I don't know what to say.
That's why it's so cute. What's that? I'm trying to learn Irish, but it sucks because like there's different dialects and stuff like that, and like I'll listen to one video and it'll be like the Munster dialect, which is the one I want to learn. But then I'll listen to another video and it'll be like the Ulster dialect. You know, the shit they speak in like Ulster. And it's just like fuck, like I don't know, you know. So I'll sit here and I'll say things like 3 different ways, and then on top of that, I'll hear someone from the Munster dialect say something that I know how to say in the Munster pronunciation, but they'll say it differently than the way that I learned in another video, and I'll be like, oh, what the fuck, dude? Damn it, bro. Oh, he said it? He said, let's get ready to rumble? Oh, well, alright, that's cool. They paid him. Bruce Buffer got a nice little payday. That's good. That's good to hear. All right, I'm gonna grab one of these before you know. What dialect do you speak, Sean? Assuming you speak it and you just don't understand here and there, you know. I feel like even the announcers, like, I was gonna say, I feel like even the Bruce Buffer segment, jeez, the Michael Buffer segment. I feel like even the Michael Buffer segment was like too long, you know. It felt like it just dragged on, which is like, if there was gonna be one part that was long, I'd rather it be Michael Buffer's segment than having some fucking rapper and you know, fucking what's his face, KSI sitting in a Lambo that he probably isn't even gonna fucking drive, you know. All right, let's fucking get it over with, huh? Dude, I would have a field day with that. I would have a field day with that if I was Tommy. I'd be like, what are you about to suck my dick? He's just sitting there like, oh shit. Oh fuck. I'm from Leinster, but Irish was pretty much wiped out here centuries ago, so I guess we learned Connacht / Munster. Yeah, that's something I never considered is that oh, all right, here we go. Oh jeez. Okay, dude, imagine that. KSI slips, gets caught on the way down. That's the fight. Imagine if that happened. But yeah, I never considered what that there could have potentially been other dialects. So KSI turned it into a bit of a street fight here. KSI's got to be very careful. He's not fighting fucking Logan Paul here. He's not fighting Jake Paul. You know, he's fighting somebody who actually knows how to box for real. You know, that was pretty cool. That was good. You know, nice little right hand from KSI. You know, see the thing about KSI is that he's trying to be very mobile. He's trying to be very energetic, and he's trying to explode. You know, and having your hands down by your side can make it a little easier to catch someone with something sneaky. But the thing is, Tommy's gonna walk him down. He's gonna move him back, and he's gonna end up making him pay for having the hands that low. You know, and right away, Tommy is using evasive maneuvers that I've been calling for all night from other fighters like Slim, even though Slim won, and what's his face, King Kenny. You know, he's not just moving back; he's moving around. Ooh, left hook from Tommy. I'm not sure if it landed though. I think it might have been a little low. He was trying to dig that body shot. It looked like the camera angle changed, and now now KSI is gonna pretend like he's severely injured by what was like a fucking soft rabbit punch. Which honestly, in a fight, if you have that, you might as well use it. You know, people sit there and like I've gotten on fighters for that shit. Like or not that shit necessarily, but just being opportunistic and not playing into. Yeah. Yeah, that wasn't that bad, you know. It's not good that it happened, but it wasn't that bad. He's playing it up, which as I said, I don't blame him for doing, right? If you can take a second to kind of get your bearings and maybe catch your breath and do other stuff like that, you should take it in a heartbeat. KSI sitting here flapping his wings. So right now, it's looking like KSI is really trying to rely on entering with the jab and then coming over with a cross or an overhand. And I mean, it's not bad, but it's a little bit one-dimensional, and I feel that he's probably going to end up getting caught, you know? And I think that left hook could potentially be the thing that does it, you know? If Tommy... Because it's going to be hard for Tommy to really slip and rip, you know, in the way that we've seen elsewhere tonight as well, like with Dean the Great, right? Because KSI is going to be so long. So what we might end up seeing is Tommy throwing a hook to counter that jab before the cross can actually get to him, you know? So jab from KSI, the hook comes, slaps him in the face before the cross can end up coming over, right? I hope that makes enough sense. So that's the end of round one. I'm not sure who I would give that to. I guess probably Tommy. I suppose probably. You know, it's yeah. I'd say Tommy. You know. Oh, excuse me. Tan Halen says, "Bro, blood, fam." Let's go. KSI has a weird stance. Yeah, he has like a karate or like taekwondo style stance, which is probably why he shouldn't have gone to London shoot fighters to learn how to fucking box, you know? Because just because boxing is a part of MMA, it doesn't... Ooh, you see, that was good right there. He batted down Tommy's left hand from the look of it and then came over the top with a right hand. That's a really good move to pull. But, like, just because boxing is part of MMA, it doesn't mean that everybody is a pure boxer, right? You need somebody who actually legitimately knows how to box. And if you go to a gym where their striking is known for being like very Taekwondo style, ooh, nice right hand from Tommy. Um, if you go to a gym that's like that, you're gonna learn basically Taekwondo, except you're not gonna be kicking. You're gonna be throwing fucking hands. And Taekwondo is not known for its hands, you know? Anyway. So it seems as though, yeah, you see, that's what I was talking about. Tommy ends up throwing the hook when KSI ends up coming in with the jab. I called that. Me. I called it. Right? No, but what we seem to be seeing is, really, they took a fucking point away. I didn't see anything. I might have just missed it. Okay, let's see it here. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of hard to defend that. You know, if I'm being honest with you. But what is starting to happen from the look of it is, oh, that was nice. Oh, fucking KSI is mad right now. You see it now, KSI is about to hit him in the back of the head. You know, he's going to need a warning. But anyway, I was saying before this started happening, it seems as though Tommy is starting to time KSI, right? And I don't think that'll necessarily change. I think KSI just got pissed and he had a good moment. You know, overall, though, I do think Tommy is probably going to end up, if not with this round, then, you know, the fight. You see, again, that left hook, he's making KSI pay for his forward movement with the left hook, you know? Typically, a straight punch beats a round punch, but when you have someone who is so committed to moving forward in that way, you can time them with the left hook and avoid whatever they're throwing, right? And that seems to be what Tommy's doing. He's trying to employ a sort of check hook, right, to make KSI pay for moving in with his hands down. So some dirty boxing from both of them right now. See, what's it called? Tommy is a little bit more surgical with his dirty boxing. He's throwing it in places that he's gonna be able to get a little bit more power, and it's gonna hurt a little bit more. Oh, refs need to have a gun anytime a fighter tries to complain. Just shoot him. And round 2. All right. So it's round 2 of 8, to my understanding. You know, 8 rounds for the main event is not bad for Misfits. You know, that's one thing I didn't like about the Nate versus Jake card is there were too many fights that were too long. Like, I'm pretty sure the Serrano fight was like 12 rounds or some shit like that, and then there was another girl fight that was like more than like 4 or 5. And it was, and then there were other fights that just weren't that important or compelling that were like way too long, you know? Jake is trying to be a little bit too much of a boxer, right? He's trying to move mountains. He's trying to be Jesus, right? He's trying to be the Jesus of the boxing world, giving everybody fucking Matt, ooh, that was a nice little overhand, you know? And that's exactly the kind of punch that KSI likes to throw. And that's the exact kind of punch you'll see from dudes of that style, is they'll wait for you to start trying to throw something and you'll drop a hand and then they'll be like, bang, right? They'll turn on it real quick, you know? Oh, yeah, there was a point deduction in the second round, too. So at best, that was a tie. At best, that was a tie, not a win for Tommy. I was gonna say Tommy won that round. No, he didn't. You know, at best, it was a tie.
It's going to be very hard for him to put KSI away.
So Tommy's working his. Oh, Tommy's working his way in with the jab. That is one thing I've seen the entire fight, is that Tommy, whenever KSI ends up in the corner, he works his way in with the jab, and that's not a bad thing. I'd just like to see him use the jab to try and bait some kind of reaction out of KSI, and then throw. Right, that would be nice, and I think Tommy has that capability. It's a barroom brawl again. Oh, that was good. Punching off the break like that was really good. See, and I don't think KSI is necessarily hurt. I just think he doesn't want to get hit like that again. I think he got caught when he wasn't expecting it, when he didn't see it coming, and it just hurt him too much. Oh, nice jab. See, Tommy keeps ending up in the clinch, and it's like I said, like I think that his dirty boxing is a little bit more effective than KSI's, but I'd like to see him sit down on his punches a little bit more. I'd like to see him fully rotate and just let him go, right? And that's kind of why I was saying I want him to bait a reaction with the jab, because if he baits the reaction with the jab, he can throw that uppercut that he was trying to throw when he ended up getting caught. I believe it was last round, if I remember correctly. He's doing a good job right now. I don't think he needs to change that much. I just think, ooh, that was nice. He got him in the back of the head again. He's lucky about that one. He's lucky that didn't get called. I don't think he needs to change too much. It's just that I don't think Tommy is really living to his potential in this fight right now. Now, as for KSI, I think what he really needs to do is he needs to just get a little bit more active, and he needs to take the initiative just a little bit more. He needs to get a little bit more dynamic. He needs to start feigning. He needs to start not just moving straight back, for one thing. He needs to start, utilizing angles and things like that. And he needs to start trying to set up certain things. KSI, the way that he fights, the way that he fights is perfect for that sort of thing. Setting up reactions and then capitalizing off of them, right? So far, he's had a couple of good moments. He's landed some of the best punches of this fight. But you don't win a fight off of landing 2 or 3 punches. You win a fight off of winning rounds in their entirety. So that's the end of round 3. I would have to give that to Tommy. So right now it's tie. It's a tie game. Because the first round, I think KSI won that one. Round 2 was probably a draw. Because of the point deduction. And this round, there's no way that it wasn't, a Tommy Fury round.
I do agree with KSI's point of view. I did give Tommy that third round.
You see, now KSI seems to be throwing jabs that aren't really meant to do anything. They're just kind of meant to try and get Tommy to react, which that's what I wanted from him. But the thing is, he's committing too much to these jabs that aren't actually meant to do anything. He's throwing the jabs and moving forward. What he's got to do is move forward a little bit less and throw the jabs, right? And then you'll get Tommy, hopefully, right, throwing something, anything, right? Then he can fade back and maybe end up throwing that overhand or maybe throw something else, right? So jab from KSI, check hook from Tommy, or counter hook. Ooh, double jab from Tommy. I think only one of them really landed flush. See, that's a smart move on Tommy, is to take your head and put it in the dude's chin. That protects your head, and it also makes him uncomfortable. It also gives you more leverage if you are going to dirty box, What he could have done from there was put the forehead in the chin, step off, right? And then either uppercut or body hook. He could have done that. Would have been cool to see, too. Like right there, he's in the clinch, he disengages, and on the way out, he throws a punch. That's something that a lot of people don't do that they really should do. And that's, there was one fight, I believe it was, King Kenny, I was talking about that. I was like, he really needs to not I forget which fight it was, but I know there was one fight today where I was saying, hey, like, you really should be doing that. They should be. I think there's a little bit of dirty boxing on KSI. That was a smart move on him. I think he realized Tommy was waiting for the break, and he took advantage of that. You can't give your opponent a fair shake, right? Anything you can do. Ooh, that was interesting. So left hook from Tommy that landed. I was saying you can't give your opponent a fair shake. You can't be like, oh, you're waiting for the break? Okay, I guess I'll just break. No. You can't sit there when they're complaining about getting hit in the back of the head and be like, oh, you're talking to the ref? Okay, I guess I'll let you finish your conversation. You can't do that. Like, you're not in there to be pals. You're in there to hurt each other. And if he's going to be dumb and look at the referee and be like, oh, back of the head, you go, So that was smart on KSI's end. Other than that, though, I was about to say, so that's round 4. I'd say that's probably another Tommy round, right? It was a little bit closer this round, but I do think it was a Tommy round. Shoot, what was I going to say? I was going to say, I think KSI is just a little bit stumped. I think he's kind of being outclassed, and he isn't 100% sure of what he should do or how he should do it, It almost, though, I don't know if this is just this round or if it could potentially end up turning into a pattern for the rest of the fight. It almost looked like he was starting to get the better of the dirty boxing exchanges there, right? So that's actually, that's actually pretty interesting to see. I'm curious about how the rest of the fight's going to go. It's now 4 rounds out of 8. Excuse me. I almost said 4 rounds to 8, as though like somebody has 8 rounds and the other person has 4. Excuse me. So KSI still jumping around like he's on a pogo stick. Oh, gee, back of the head punches. So, I mean, shoot, there's KSI winning the dirty boxing exchanges. That's good for him. I think maybe Tommy might be a little bit tired because dirty boxing takes a lot out of you. So when you're tired in the clinch, typically your instinct is to just try and relax to the best of your ability. And that means you're not going to take as many chances. You're not going to take as many chances as you could. I'm not sure. It looked like it may have, but I think a right hook from Tommy may have landed. But it didn't seem to do a lot of damage. It just came out of nowhere, and I was like, oh, man. I'm way ahead of your stream. Me no spoil. Okay, thank you, make me mad. I really appreciate that. Yeah, this DAZN stream kind of sucks. The one my TV just never works right. My TV just never works right with DAZN, dude. So Tommy keeps ending up in the clinch. He's really gotta avoid the clinch if he's not gonna take the initiative. Oh man. I thought he was going for a body hook. It would have landed pretty well. But yeah, if Tommy's not gonna take the initiative in the clinch, he's got to stay out of it. Meanwhile, KSI, like, he's not doing bad in the clinch right now. If anything, he should be continuing to clinch. Which again, considering how KSI fights, not really typically going to be a good idea. But if it's working, keep on doing it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I was waiting for it. I was like, KSI, he's loading it up, but I don't think he was that time. I think he was just like, whatever. You see, KSI's jab cross is like it's not bad, but the thing is, you can see it coming from a mile away in a lot of cases. It's not really good. It'd be nice to see KSI kind of develop a more robust game. But the thing is, when you're keeping your hands down low, it's hard to have a robust hand game. Which is why, again, Taekwondo guys aren't known for their hands. They're known for their feet, right? Because at the end of the day, like the way that they strategize, they keep their hands low to try and do certain things. One of those things is not punching, you know? It's just crazy to see, you know? KSI, he probably spends so much time training. You know, he takes boxing more seriously than Logan does, you know? And all that training is used just jumping around like that with his hands down, going, huh, huh. And it's just like, dude, like you gotta find another gym, dude. Like I know London Shoot Fighters is very well known. They're lauded for their MMA and all this other shit, but you gotta find a gym for boxing, dude. There's gotta be boxing gyms in London that are like good, or wherever you're from, dude. I would assume you're in or near London, right? If you're training at London Shoot Fighters, right? But like, man, you got if he loses tonight, right? He's sitting here talking about legacy and all this shit. If he loses tonight, it's gonna be because he had such a one-dimensional game that anybody with a modicum of actual boxing experience, not just fighting other influencers, is able to see his jab cross. You know? If this fight is 3 rounds to 3, it's not. It's fucking not. Oh, it's funny, you see Tommy going for underhooks. That's interesting. You know? That's some like real dirty boxing there. He doesn't want to, you know, he doesn't want KSI to have access to his body, so he goes for underhooks. I understand being bladed for boxing, but 100% in karate stance is crazy. Oh yeah. Yeah. Like 100%, you know? He's so bladed that there's really no way for him to get that much power off of his right hand, you know? It's really hard for him to develop the power that he needs from the turn that he's getting, you know? Dude, these fucking idiot announcers. Oh, this is a 6-round fight. I thought it was an 8-round fight. Okay. Are they cheering for Tommy or are they cheering for Logan? Do all white people look the same? They think oh they think are they gonna I thought they were gonna take another point away. I was like, wow, Tommy, you just gave up the fight. Congratulations. You know? Yeah, Michael Venom Page. That's another London Shoot Fighters guy, if I'm not mistaken. And guess how Michael Venom Page fights? Exactly like fucking KSI. It's crazy, you know? And the thing is, by everybody's account, MVP is a better fighter than Michael Perry, but Michael Perry fucked him up in bare knuckle boxing because when you take the kicks away, all of a sudden, a Taekwondo style doesn't really work that well. Who would have fucking thought? So, a little bit of dirty boxing from Tommy. Oh, that was nice. You can see there's a little bit of steam taken out of Tommy when he's in the clinch. You know, it's like I said, KSI is starting to win he is winning the clinch exchanges, the dirty boxing exchanges. That was a nice overhand from KSI, but it didn't really do that much. Uh, So I'm not sure who won, and because of that, I'm gonna go ahead and guess that it was probably KSI because this is his promotion. You know, I'm not saying anything for sure. I'm not trying to be like, oh, he's corrupt, blah blah, right? But there are some strange things that I've seen that go on at Misfits Boxing. I'll say that much, you know. And well, you know, um, Ladies and gentlemen, and now for an announcement from the ring from none other than Ashton Kutcher. He gets on there. He's like, "You've been punked. This whole time you've been being punked. None of this was real. From Misfits 1 all the way to here." Yeah, I think it's really cute that they show KSI catching Tommy Fury, and then they show they're trying to make KSI look better than he actually was in this fight. They're showing the point deduction, and then they're showing mostly this. They're showing mostly KSI landing shots. Yeah, and that's really the thing that I'm sort of worried about is that point deduction, right? That point deduction is what's gonna really that point deduction will have a serious effect if it comes down to it, you know. And I'm not really that's kind of what makes me nervous a little bit, right? Before the judge's decision, Snoop Dogg needs to rap for 20 minutes, followed by E40. Followed by Too Short, followed by Doja Cat. This is why Artifacting says this is why I hate low-level boxing. It shit is just a never-ending clinch. Excuse me. Yeah. I mean, no, it is what it is. I think BKFC does it right. They allow the clinch, but they don't allow an inactive clinch, right? And you really have to be punching. It's not just like rabbit punches to the kidney. You have to really be like create space with a clinch and a cookie in your hand. Bang, 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 right? Those are the punches you need to be throwing. Regular boxing, the Marquis of Queensberry rules, they don't allow for that kind of thing. If you do that, you get in trouble for it. So the dirty boxing that occurs, it ends up being like the stuff in this fight, right? And I mean, hey, like I find it to be a little bit interesting because I can see certain, I see certain intricacies and stuff like that, right? And I'm not trying to be like, you guys just don't know enough. But if you guys don't 100% know what you're looking at, then you might just be like, oh, this is just clinch. And at the end of the day, it is just clinch. But like, I'm able to kind of intellectualize it in a certain way, so I don't mind it as much. If that makes sense. Again, I'm not trying to be like Mr. Elitist here or anything like that. That's not what I want. That's very surprising. I did not expect that. Wow. Look at Logan. Look at fucking Logan. Dude, Logan got... Oh, wait, no. I forgot. I was like, Logan got hit like 3 times and he's got a fucking bruise. That's crazy. Nah, that was the microphone from yesterday. Or the day before. I forget exactly when it was. I forgot about that. Yeah, of course you don't agree with it, bro. You get paid by the company. Oh, man. Wow, that's really interesting. I wonder what the next step is going to be, because that is one thing about that is one thing about this card, right? Now they have another one coming up that they've already announced, right? It's going to be in England, right? But this was kind of set up to be like the Super Bowl of Misfits boxing. Like I felt this way, right? And I thought it was just me, but then other people I noticed were commenting like, this seems like it's the finale, right? it seems like they put so many fights that could be main events and co-main events on this card that it almost seems like they're like, all right, this is the war to end all wars, you know? Even though that's not what they're doing, they have another one set up, right? It's just there was a certain feel about this one, right? Theo Hancock, did I miss the decision? Yes, you did. KSI stabbed him to death. He's being led out with in handcuffs right now. He gave him the old London hello. Tommy Fury won, which I was surprised by. I won't say that he didn't deserve the win. I'm just like, I don't know. I feel like it could have gone either way, specifically with the thing, the point deduction, right? I feel like it could have gone either way with the point deduction, and because of this, it's like, man, like, that's weird. I wonder if and when there will be a. I want to hear.
So you're done, no Jake Paul rematch, no Logan Paul, no nothing, you're going back to traditional boxing. No, definitely not. I'm done with the bullshit.
I'm done with this crossover shit. Oh, so you're not gonna fight anymore on Misfits cards? No. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. No. The money's too good, and the competition is too easy for me to be like, nah, you know. I was gonna say, I wonder if there's a rematch. Look at you. Look at my face. Look at my eyes. Look at you. He just slowly gets philosophical. What are you doing with your life? What are you gonna be when you grow up? Ariel Helwani. Where the scorecard's close, yeah. It was a majority decision, which means that 2 out of 3 of the judges said yeah. So many times. Don't complain about that, KSI. Don't be a sore loser now. JC Pliskin, Tommy Fury won. I'm just curious to hear more of what KSI has to say. One evening fair, as the sun was shining, to kill Kenny I did right. All right. Deji's a funny guy. Like, just seeing him in a crowd of people, it's just like so funny, because I feel like I know 5 people who look like him, but also I feel like I've never seen anyone like him before. It's like Chris Weidman is the same way. Chris Weidman's the type of dude where you see him and you're like, that's Chris Weidman. That's only Chris Weidman. I know 10 guys that look like him. You know? That's Chris Weidman. He's one of a kind. Nobody looks like him. But at the same time, I know like 10 guys that do. You know? It's just funny to see Deji anywhere doing anything. Oh, man. All right, so that was the prime card. I'm gonna be honest with you, a little bit underwhelming. If I'm just being honest, right? Just being real with you. There were some really good fights on there, you know. But the fight that I was really excited for, Dillon Danis, He underperformed greatly, and not because he was stumped, but just because he just didn't bother to perform to what he should have performed to. You can sit here and get mad and be like, "Oh, you should have done better." Yeah, but he didn't. Oh well, I'm curious where Misfits specifically, but in addition to that, influencer boxing. I'm curious where that is going to go next. I want to see what the next Misfits cards are going to be like. And we'll see if it ends up kind of dying down after this a little bit. Overall, I think that Tommy Fury winning and then saying that he's moving on to the quote-unquote next challenge, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, because the thing is, like, if you just have a bunch of guys fighting each other in this insular fashion, Jake Paul doesn't want to fight anyone but Tommy Fury or KSI. KSI doesn't want to fight anyone but Jake Paul or Tommy Fury. Logan wants to beat his dick and fucking do backflips off of tables and shit like that. That kind of gets boring. You need something that's not just kind of an inside job type of thing where the same guys are only fighting each other, right? You need to give people like Salt Papi a chance. You need to give people like Slim a chance, you need to see what new guys are going to pop up and which ones are going to make a lasting effect, right? They're going to have a lasting effect, excuse me. It's something that, if this ecosystem is going to continue, there has to be interesting new things that come along. We can't have Logan Paul versus KSI 500. If KSI won tonight, I think it would kind of put us all in a weird spot, because you have KSI who beat everybody basically, and then Jake Paul and Tommy Fury are like, what, they're going to have another rematch? And then KSI is going to be like, I am the greatest. And we're just going to see, like, Jake Paul and KSI fight or some shit like that. It's just like, all right, whatever. Like, this, I feel, is a little bit more open. This is a little bit more broad when it comes down to it. JC says, Logan wants to record dead bodies. Dude, he wants to record himself doing backflips onto dead bodies. He's gonna flying elbow drop a fucking dead body that he dug up or something like that. It turns out the Suicide Forest video was really part of his fascination with just like destroying. Oh, dude, they got fucking KSI there right now. They're like, oh hey, you were the loser. That's cool. You can come up here and you can spin it however the fuck you feel like. See, that's some bullshit right there. Stupid as hell,
If I won, it's a mockery for the sport. It's how they see it. I won it, bro. I won it. I got robbed. It's outrageous, bro. Minus point as well.
Oh boy. This is KSI's company. KSI has stake in this company. The company decided what sanctioning body they were gonna go with. They could have gone with just about anybody. I don't think like WBO, WBC, etc. I don't think any of the major ones would have done so, but they could have did like ISKA, right? They could have did another sanctioning body. They could have made a sanctioning body up. They could have made one up if they wanted to, right? And now KSI is going to sit here and be like, oh, they didn't want me to win. It's like, what do you mean they? You are they. you are they, bro. What are you talking about, How can KSI be proud enough of his performance to act like this? Yeah, I mean, he didn't do that bad. It was close, but the thing is, like, you are right. He shouldn't be acting like this. You really fucking... Dude, what are you doing, bro? Oh, man. Dude, get him off the stage. Man, yeah. Where's your fucking corner, bro? Get him off the stage. They're gonna bring him back there, and he's gonna break through the fucking TV shit. He's gonna Kool-Aid Man smash through the fucking wall because he's so angry. UFC next weekend should be good. Yeah, it should. I'm sad Charles Oliveira's out, as well as Paulo Costa, Paulie Coaster, fighting Hamzat Chimpanzee. I'm kind of sad that fight's off because that would have been a fun fight. I think Hamzat is a hype job. I really do think he's a hype job. And the reason why he is a hype job is because he just had really quick turnarounds. It's not that he beat elite level competition or anything like that. It's that they gave him easy fights to start off his career. And because he kept fighting and not getting hurt, he was like, I want to fight next month. I want to fight next month. Give me another fight. Give me another fight. But when's the last time he's fought? In fact, you know what? Let's check this out. I know he fought Gilbert Burns within the last year or two, but it's no coincidence that all of a sudden he steps up in competition and now he isn't as quick to turn around. Here we go. Hamzat. Just trying to find out where it is. Record. Yeah, Kevin Holland over a year ago. And chances are he had some kind of issue, right? Maybe there was an injury or something like that. But he had really quick turnarounds. Let's go ahead and see. July 16th, 2020. July 26th, 10 days later, 2020. 19th of September, 2020. And then over a year later is when he had his next fight. The October 30th, 2021. Then April 9th, 2022. September 10th, 2022. So that was his big thing, right? When he first came into the UFC. He's like, I want to fight 10 days later. And I'm kill everybody, right? That's his fucking thing. That's not impressive in that way. Really good wrestler, don't get me wrong. Has he faced somebody who is really that good of a wrestler? Fucking Gilbert Burns, right? Very good grappler, all right? Is he that good of a wrestler? And in addition to that, he almost got fucking starched by Gilbert Burns, right? Kevin Holland. I actually don't know that much about Kevin Holland. I'm curious about that. I'm curious about him, right? Since we're doing a deep dive on on fucking Hammy Boy, hamstring. Riverside, California. Martial arts training when he was 16 years old and was a fan of George St. Pierre. He fell in love with the UFC after watching UFC 100. He fucking... Yeah, he isn't some kind of crack wrestler or anything like that. He's not some kind of big grappler or anything like that. So it's he's got to kind of face somebody who's going to actually know how to fucking sprawl, right? And then he's got to use his wrestling to beat the guy, right? That's kind of the benchmark for me in terms of whether or not I find him to be personally impressive, right? And I'm not sitting here trying to be everybody needs my approval, this, that, the other thing. That's not how I look at these things. It's just if I'm going to sit here and I'm going to really talk somebody up, it's going to be because I see something from them that truly deserves the praise, right? 10-day turnover when you let's double check this, right? I'm just curious, right? Hold on. Sorry. Yeah, his first fight in the UFC, he ended up with a submission in round 2 at 1 minute 12 seconds. He ended up fighting 10 days later against Rice McKee. Round 1, 309, TKO punches. All right. Fucking. Apparently, he didn't sustain that much damage, right? Everything came early in the fight. Really, it's more that he just had a sparring match before another fucking fight. If we're just being honest about it, right? Could he be really good? Yeah, I think so. But he's got to face actual talent and dominate them. He's got to actually do well against actual talent, not just dudes that the UFC is feeding him, you know? And he's a company man, right? He made himself into a company man early on. So I'm sure Dana's going to bless him and things like that. But I'm not looking at him as some kind of like Russian monster, right? That's not how I view him. You know, I see him as a guy who has yet to prove himself on that level and needs a little bit more time, you know? But anyway, I'm going to head out in a minute. All right, I got dinner waiting for me, and I don't even know where my wife is right now. She's probably off with her boyfriend or something like that, you know? But before that, do I think Usman will beat him? Meaning Hamzat? I don't know. I mean, I think Usman could beat him. You know, Usman's a really, really good wrestler, and his striking isn't that good, but I think it's probably good enough. Right? I think it might be good enough. But yeah, there's that. Like I said, I'm gonna hang around for another minute. If anybody has anything they want to say, go ahead and say whatever you want to say. We'll talk about whatever you guys want to talk about. Petro Rose says, thanks for the stream, best part of the night. Thank you very much, man. I really appreciate that. JC says, you ate Hormel chili for dinner. I like chili, but not with beans in it, right? Like which is weird because I know beans is like a very big part of chili, but not a big fan of beans that are like baked or prepared in a chili or anything like that. What is really good though, there's this Brazilian food called feijoada, right? And it's literally just pork and beans, but the way they cook the pork is so nice. It melts in your mouth, and it's nice and savory. It's so good. I had a little bit today. It was nice. Oh man, excuse me. Thank you, Happening News. Thank you for showing up, man. I really appreciate it. I appreciate all of you for showing up, I really like doing these. These are the streams that are the most popular of mine. I stream every week. I most likely will be streaming tomorrow for Fallout Sunday. If not, I'll let everybody know. I stream every week, but the streams that are the most popular on my channel end up being these fight companion streams, so I like doing them. And it's nice, Theo Hancock says, my Brazilian friend always tells me I need to try feijoada. Yeah, definitely. You should. What I like to do is, if I can get some chopped up vegetables, like some onion, tomato, pepper, stuff like that, right? What I'll do is I'll take rice and I'll take the feijoada and I'll throw it on the rice, which I'm pretty sure that's what they do in Brazil anyway. And then I'll take the vegetables and I'll throw it on there and I'll mix it up. And it's really good. It's so good. But yeah, I'm thinking I'll probably end up heading out. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate it. Volk versus Habib Jr. too might be interesting. I do agree. I definitely agree with that. And that's one of the reasons I'm still going to be watching next Saturday. But as I was saying, thank you very much, everybody who showed up. I really appreciate it. The next Fight Companion stream that we're going to be doing is going to be in November. It's going to be for Carnival of Combat. We're going to be watching Luis J. Gomez, and Alex Stein. They're going to be fighting, not each other, but different people on the card. If you remember, Alex Stein was supposed to fight on a Misfits card. And unfortunately, he got kicked off because, he hyped the fight too well, right? He did too good of a job hyping the fight. Because of this, Luis J. Gomez ended up doing a solid for Alex. And he ended up putting him on a Carnival of Combat card, which is really cool. So, I forget exactly what day it is. I will let you know. I mean, we got a little under a month until then. So, I think we're all good. But we're going to go ahead. We're going to do it up. We're going to have a grand old time, a spectacular time. All right. All right. Thank you, everybody. Peace out.